Right, let me just load Twitch. Right, I'm on.
Yeah.
Watching while waiting.
It seems like it's on. Say stop streaming.
Uh,
Hello, people. My name is Gorgulla, and I'm gonna texture some. It's been a while since I've been texturing, so I'm gonna just set everything up, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna turn on some music, and this time not from the Elder Scrolls, but it's from it's called his name. One moment. His name. Damn. All right, so I'm gonna use Adrian von Ziegler's music, and so hope you enjoy it. Let me know if the sound is alright. And I'm aware about the title on Twitch is wrong at the moment, but I can't change that at the moment, so sorry about that. Alright, be right back for 2 minutes. Alright, so I'm back. Is the music and my volume from my mic alright? Right, cool. Keep in mind I'm not English speaker, so might have trouble to say some words. Right, here we go. We're gonna texture some lava for the outer parts of the gates in Cyrodiil. So I'm just gonna load it up and show you. I can't change the title for Twitch, sorry about that. Either Rebel or Crazy can do that, but they're not here at the moment, so we have to live with that for the moment. So here we go. Seems to be some issues because when I'm looking at the stream I can't see any of the graphs I'm working on. So bear with me for a moment. Right, awesome, it's up. So here we go. What we have here is a big graph. Every single part, this one is called a little node, and every node is connected to make some kind of shapes that is going to make some kind of textures. And we always make textures by starting with the height information. And as you can see, there's some clouds, different types of clouds that we are giving some small amount of details, which we then splatters around. Splatters is like we are multiplying a lot of those clouds and textures, one textures, so it have lots of variations. And the software is called Substance Designer. Let me just fix so I have I can set the music up a little bit. Lower the music a little bit. So lower the music a little bit right now, and I'm trying just to fix so I have the chat window on top all the time, so I can see what you're writing. So I have some issues to have the chat window on top, unfortunately. And yeah, the title is wrong. But I'm trying to look as much as I can on the chat answer as well. But this is a legal version of the Substance Designer that I bought. For students it's free, but as I'm not a student, it costs some. Alright, so here we go. We put all the different texture information into a splatter, which we then warp, because we want lava is kind of very warped, it's very stretched, and that's what we want to achieve. And yeah, so let me just set everything up. So here's how it could look with the lava on Substance Designer. So this is the type of shapes that we want. It's very warped and stuff. The lava and some small lava particles here and there, just to give the feeling that it's really hot. So here we go. We blend it with some kind of different variations on the lava, so everything doesn't just look very uniform. And when everything is set up, we put it out on different outputs. This is the height map. Height map which we want to use because it can only be used if you're not using ENB. It can't be used on landscape textures. But then we also have the AO map, which we can multiply on Skyrim because they doesn't use physical based rendering. So we could use that just to give the textures more pop. I want to pop it some more. And then we also have the gloss, which is the strength of the shininess, and the specular map, which we put in the alpha channel in the normal map. The alpha channel is like a separate channel where we have all the shiny stuff. Alright, here we have the base color, diffuse or whatever you call it. And if it's really base color, it shouldn't have this depth, but now that we're using doing this for Skyrim, it's okay. So here's how it looks with on the diffuse. Here we have the normal map. I know it's kind of confusing how everything looks. It looks like a big spider web or something, but that's why I'm trying to keep it quite organized, just to see where everything is located. Like here's the height information, here's the normal information, the curvature information, the color information for the diffuse, and the edge sparks, which is those little sparks over here around the edges. We also have a little bit bevel, just to make it look like the cracks is going downwards and the cooled lava is going upwards. And the emissive is like the kind of glow that we want, which looks like this. I'm going to have it a bit slower in a moment, just going to show how everything works. So you have the big cracks, and what we're doing is we have a tile random with different type of discs, and we're using levels to make everyone bright, and here we have the same but with different color variation, which we then use with the distance. When they're connected to a distance, we can then move it to a edge detect. So here we get the edges, which we can use to have those cracks around the cooled lava. And those cracks is where all the lava is. So here we go. Just gonna see where the latest is. So here's how the cracks is. So we want it to be as not as uniform as we can. We want it to be very variated, very natural. And those is connected, as I said before, to the emissive, which is emissive is then connected to the diffuse map. We actually want to have a separate emissive, but for the moment I don't have any solution for that, so I just have to skip that for the moment. Alright, so I'm going to make some cooled lava, which means I'm going to remove all the lava texture and just have the those black spots left. So what I'm gonna do is gonna make sure that every blending let me know if I'm talking too fast or anything like that. And this is the latest version of Substance Designer. So here we go. Here we have the bevel, which pops all the cool lava, which we're going to put all the way down. You can now see over there, and also here how it's gonna change. There became a little bit flatter. And then we also move the opacity for all the cracks, which is all those black lines, which are always also going to move the opacity all the way to bottom. There we go. See where it's quite flat now. We are done moving the opacity for the emissive all the way down as well. Here we go. Here we have it. We then just have to disable the emissive channel. And there we go. Here we have the cooled lava without the cracks. And I can see that it needs a little bit more variation because it's quite repetitive at the moment. Alright. So here's the warp. If I remove the warp, it's gonna look like this. It takes some time before it loads, but you can see the progress at the same time. So here's without the warpiness, and it just looks like a little bit of ash, which we don't want. And we also want to remove the smoothing because we don't need it right now either. So I'm gonna remove that one. Refine noise is like you are smoothing the height information, but you're keeping the details, which we don't need at the moment. Alright. Now then, we're gonna start with the shapes and the different variations on this one. I have you can't see the chat window, but I can see it, so it's just so I can see if you're writing anything. I'm just not looking all the time. Right. So here we go. You can see there is some type of warping effects, which we want, like this one. There's too much big pebbles at the moment, which we don't want. So let's see if we can do something about that. Just put up another warp, which we have over here, which we put into the input, and then we also need a gradient input, which is going to give the strength of the warp, which we also can use with the early used node, which is called Perlin Noise Zoom. which gives this effect. You have this effect going to this effect, like how it looked earlier. But we don't want that much. You can see when I'm changing how it's going from very sharp to very warped. We want something in between. Something like that. Sorry, is the window wrong, not showing alright, or might be that I'm too fast or something. So let me know. Right. Let's put up the warp mode a little bit more, just to give it some more intensity. Let's see how it changes. Alright. We got a little bit more of those variations here and there. As you can see, we might want some more, so I put it in another of those inputs. And see how it looks. Nice. Alright, so we have some big and small pebbles. We also have those stretched, warped details as well, which should mimic the hot lava that has been flowing down. But we also want to have it from different that is going different directions. But let me know if there is something you want me to add or find that is missing or something I could do better. Also changing the lighting all the time, just to see how the normal map works and that the light information is correct. Right, mouse inputs are shown fine, but designer isn't keeping up. Let me see on that one. Can do something about that. Is YouTube having the same issues as well? We are quite a bunch of people on this project at the moment. Everyone doing their own things. So right, here we go. We have the auto levels, which is just going to be give the low and high information to make it really pop out, which makes so let me know if there is anything else. Crap. So the normal map was really intense, which it shouldn't be. Let's try to put it down a bit. Normal intensity could work on this texture though. But if you have a too high normal intensity, it makes the texture very dark. You should be very careful which texture you are using. For example, bricks and walls and something shouldn't have a very strong blue channel, for example, because it can make them have like a fake ambient occlusion around those bricks, which we don't want. But when it comes to this texture, it could be okay with a little bit more intensity, just to make it pop some more. Like it's not just some flat lava that has been flowing through. Maybe I can make it capture my whole computer instead. That should be easier, actually. I just have to fix some things first. So I'll be right back in a second and I fix everything for you. Sorry about the black window. I'm gonna fix this. So I think I set everything up right now. The only issue is that you're going to see the chat window when I'm picking it up as well. But you should as well see when I'm moving around in the window in the 3D view. Do you see the 3D view now? Alright, cool. So just a little bit of we restarted a little bit. Height information, connecting, making different textures into the splatter, giving a lot of different variations, giving to auto levels to give some stuff pop out more than others. With a lot of the different variations here, it's not very organized this area, but I'm gonna fix that later. And yeah, so here is everything we do just to give all the shapes. And I want to mimic the feeling that there's been some lava that's cooled down and that it has been flowing recently at different areas, different directions. I think it's quite alright at the moment. Could have different repeats, like 26 repeats, and that would repeat the textures 26 times instead of 24, which gives 6 times more variations. And let's see, what do you guys think? Alright, cool. Let's just see the lightning, how it goes. And put up the environment to see how it looks. And oh right, we have to disable. I have to disable the distillation because we're not going to use that. Okay. So here we go. So here is how it's gonna look in game for SKSE users when it's going to be released for SKSE. Unfortunately, we don't have specular maps, which is the shininess for Old Dream. for landscape textures, which is unfortunate, but it would just look a little bit more, how to say, it doesn't reflect from the environment that well. But this is how it's going to look for SKSE users when they are going to play it. And let's see how it looks when we tile it a little bit. Put it up to like 4. And we can see that it's quite uniform at places, like over here, and here, and here. So we want to have an added solution for that. So let's just try a random seed. Random seed is more like you randomize the output, so it looks a little bit different, but it's still keeping the same of information. And here is how it looks right now. Much better, and it tiles much better as well. Just some small, like this one and this one, this one and this one. But I think it's just me that is looking at it too much. So let's move the tiling all the way back again. Here we have it with a new variation. And one thing that I'm not really satisfied is the really, how should I say, the really small. There isn't many spots that have different color information. You have some brown here and there, but the rest is just grayscale everywhere. So we want to have some more variations with a little more brown, more darker spots, more lighter spots as well. All the work on this texture itself have taken like 20 hours, so with much tweaking. I mean, I could set it up like in 2 hours, but the tweaking is what takes the most time, and asking for feedback and adapting to that. But then again, it depends on what kind of texture you have and what type of quality you have on it as well. But here we go, we want some different color information, and that's where we're getting this from. We have a opacity map which have this color information, which is the brown part. Then we also have the gray part, which is going to this one with the opacity map is giving this. Here's without the brown, here's with the brown. And we want some more spots, we want it to be more non-uniform. And I think you actually have a nice one right here. We can reuse. Reuse is very good because it saves performance when you are using this software. And here's how it looks right now. Here's the original. We might as well add some additional details as well. Let's remove those ones. You can see there's some 256 ms. It's not good to have like above 100 ms, even like 50 ms, because ms is like it's taking 256 ms to just compute this node. So if you have a lot of nodes that have so much ms, it's gonna take many minutes to compute. But it depends on what resolution you're using at the moment. So let's start with some darker variation as well. So we have we could just use this one, a level. But now we already have one right there, so we can do this. We copy this one. If we copy, we have the same information. We can just auto level it with a little bit on the side. Here we go. Comparison. We want something subtle, not like it's going to draw the attention too much. here we go. Then we put up a new blend node. When you're done, if you're looking at if you have used Photoshop before, it's quite similar to how Photoshop works as well. Because in a blend node you have those type of layers which you can then overlay, subtract, min, darken, everything like that. And we put this one up. We put this one in the background. The background is the default color, and the new color is this one, which we're putting on the top. Now we need some kind of mask, so we have those black spots where we want them. We can then use something like clouds or something, which might look like this, which you can then use with the levels. Like that. Now we have some kind of mask which you then can use to give those black spots, like there, over here. I can also change up the strength on the new map, which is the dark map, and as well change the strength over here as well. We can move it something like that. We want it quite smooth as well. We don't want sharp edges and stuff, but I think that's alright. And I do see that the brown over here is a bit too intense compared to everything else, so I'm gonna move that one down a little bit, and this one over here just to connect it with a new blend node. Alright, so here's the ambient occlusion map, and here we have without ambient occlusion and with, which should make it pop a little bit more. And this one was for the emissive, which we had before, which gives this lava effect, which we don't want at the moment. So we got some more color variations. We should still have a little bit more, I think, just for the heck of it. I'm just gonna check. The tessellation is not usable because Creation Engine doesn't use tessellation. It's just a DirectX 9, and the tessellation is not supported only for DirectX 11 and up, I think. They do use parallax, but parallax is not supported for landscape textures because we need meshes, we need models for that. But we can use EMB, but not everyone is using EMB, so it's best to not use it at all and let other users have adapted textures if they want. So I'm just focusing on what could make releasing the textures as fast as possible, so we can release the project as fast as possible as well. I think it's a quite acceptable trade-off. And the music is by Adrian von Ziegler, which we are allowed to use for non-commercial profits, such as this project. So here we go. We have some different variations, some brownish, some more light, some more dark. I think that should be it. Yeah, that should definitely be it. I'm gonna see if I can just 1 second. Just fixing everything so we have everything up. So here's some music by Adrian Siegel if anyone's interested. So I'm gonna look for some more reference images for lava. So we have different type of lava right here. You see it's blowing like it's been blowing in different directions all the time, everywhere. And you could also see that it's much more smoother than I made it. So I think I should make it a bit more smooth than we already have. Which we could make by a refined noise. And refined noise is like you're keeping all the details, but you just keeping all the details, but you're smoothing all the, should say, all the contrasted details. Like here you see a little bit of difference, and it's too much. Yeah, you can see it's too much already. So let's just move it down a bit. What happened to the music? Prophecy, it's good. And the shape should be a bit bigger as well. Much bigger actually. Try by using this one. I just tiled the clouds sometimes, multiple times, just for just to make some more small pebbles here and there. So I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. And this one is not used, so I can use this one instead. Let's see how it looks. Alright, it's a little bit bigger. We could also change the scale right here to let's say 200 with a little less scale variation. See how it plays out. You can see how it updates all the time. It's because they have to compute every node every time I change anything. And I can see already now that this one is going to tile bad because all the details are in here. Quite sure of it. Yeah. Not that bad actually. You can still see the dark areas and the more pronounced areas here. Let's move it back down again. And look at the reference images. But, you know, this is also going to be on the ground, so it's quite weird if there's so big shapes all the time. So we might maybe we should have like this shape anyway, just because it's on the ground. It's quite weird if it's going to repeat this texture all the time. I think it's subtle enough, actually. Let me know what you guys think. Sorry if I'm flipping it too fast. I'm just checking if there's anything you're asking. Trying to catch up. Alright. But I think this is enough. Unless we can have something else. A little bit of a perfectionist, whatever it's called, so can't really deal with just leave it just like that. But doing this too much might make it worse than better. That's why it's always good with feedback, because multiple pairs of eyes is better than two. fine. You can make the ambient occlusion pop some more, which I have over here. Which looks like this. Horizon-based ambient occlusion. It's quite sweet. So let's just put it up a little bit notch, and wow, it got really dark. But it also gives the feeling that it's really burned, and there's been something that has been really hot. The textures are for outside the Oblivion gates when you enter, because the new lava that is outside doesn't fit the 0 deal weather, so we're making cold lava instead, and it doesn't make sense anyway that it's lava and stuff outside the gates. It's not like it's flowing lava outside of the gates anyway. So I think this should be alright. Yeah, let's go for this one before I'm going to look at this and hovering around on this one for like 1 hour. The specular map we're going to use, it's over here, which I also made my own plugin for, so I don't have to do any extra work for each texture I make. And the glossiness, which is the strength map. So let's go for that one. Just gonna save it and export it. Right. We need a base color, the normal. We don't need a roughness nor metal. AO map, we doesn't need it either. Now we can include it. Specular, emissive. The reason why we don't want AO map included, why I first said it, is because it's already multiplied inside the Substance Designer, but I can always include it just for the sake of it if I need to add some more. Emissive isn't needed either. So now just click on save and wait till it's done. So you can see one of those is quite big when it's 4K textures. So we open it up. And it's taking a lot of power as well to use it. I will give an in-game example. Once I've done, I can show it. Thing is, we need a landscape apartment to put those up, but I can replace one of the textures instead. Or actually, I could show some of the new textures I've done inside the Oblivion plane instead. I will think that is a bit more intriguing, because then you can also see all those cool lava with the lava cracks and stuff. Which of course doesn't look as good on Old Rim, but it's going to look better on Special Edition. So here I have the diffuse map. If we want, we could use the AO map, put it over there, and multiply, which makes it some big pop some more, but I think it's too much actually. As well push it down to 20% or not use it at all, because I think 20% is just excellent. Yeah, exactly. The more larger shapes, the more tiling. So, which is really troublesome when you're making ground textures. You don't want those ground textures to repeat in the horizon. So let's see where we have everything. And It's gonna save it in landscape. Oblivion. Make a new folder. 0. It's called 0 deal exterior. Just to make it clear. Alright, so this is the first one we're gonna save. I make a new one. It should be 4K already. Right. So I put it in here and I flatten the image. And that should be it. I then save it in a 0 deal exterior, and I can call this one cooled lava 1. Going to use just to make it easy to read. There we go. And we save it as DXT1 for the performance sake. Which this is going to take some time. When you're compressing in textures, it's always taking some time before it's done, especially at 4K. And yeah, there's no, as I said before, there's no tessellation. You only have that's why I turned it off before. As you can see, it looks like it freezes. That's because it takes some time to save it compression mode. But I'm soon gonna show you how it looks in game, in the Oblivion planes. Might be quite interesting to see. We take this one, flatten image, then make a new channel, which I'm then gonna use the specular map for. I then put it in there, like that, and there we go. I then save it as uncompressed, because when we are going to use special edition, there is a special compression mode. It's called BC7 instead of the DXT compression types, which gives similar quality like the uncompressed versions, which means better quality but better performance in special edition. But saving the uncompressed 4K is taking a lot of VRAM. I think this one is taking about 85 megabyte of VRAM. Also depending on how many times it's how many textures you use. Yeah, 85.3 megabyte for just the one uncompressed texture. So it's not recommended to use in when playing, just for development. So we need to start up the Steam. I think it's on already. Yep. I can show just the other textures I made really quick, just to show you what kind of textures you're gonna see when you get in there. So here's one of them, which looks like something like this. A bit of variations of big and small pebbles and warped stuff. But you don't need a 4K monitor to see 4K textures. Textures is just wrapped around an object, so you can use a CRT monitor with like 600 x 800 and it would still look better than a 1K texture compared to 4K texture. And here's the normal map just for the cracks, which looks like this. And the blue channel. Might as well flatten the blue channel down a bit, just to it might give it better results. But let's have a look in game. Just gonna see if you write something. SE use specular gloss for landscape textures, but Old Dream doesn't use that. So we're not getting the full potential now when you're looking in game, when we're starting the Old Dream version. Fortunately. Let's just see if my computer can handle this. Oh shit. Might as well turn this off. Wow. Okay. There we go. Skyrim is starting up. Alright, if there is anything you would like to see something change on the website as well, just let me know. You can find me on Discord, Gorgulla, and we can talk about it. I'm always open for feedback on both texture side and on the website. I think I'm gonna turn off the game music, so we don't have two different music types at the same time. Just bear with me. Now I'm going to start outside Oblivion gates, and you're gonna see the reason why I want to make different textures outside the Oblivion gates. And it's simply just because the weather in Cyrodiil doesn't fit the textures that is made for Oblivion planes. You can see like here, doesn't look that well. Just gonna verify that I can see it on. Yeah, it works. So that doesn't work. We need some other type of variation for this. But we are going to get into the plane of Oblivion right now. And after that I'm going to turn off the Oblivion music, just so we doesn't hear two different music at the same time. Alright, so we are turning off the EMB. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna turn off this sound. I'm gonna turn off the sound. All the way down, everything. And yeah, I don't have any menu stuff changed at the moment. But here are some of the new textures, and it will of course get better on the special edition. But some cracks, stuff, some new rock mountain textures over here as well. And those are not touched. Those are Oblivions. And I think I'm just gonna clip away from here and turn off the grass. There we go. Some people have died here. Alright, I will remember that scene. Bet some people of you also did that. So here are some of the new textures. When the landscape apartment and the lightning apartment is going to overhaul this, it's going to look much better. So this is not touched by either the lightning or the landscape apartment at the moment. So it might not look how it's supposed to. But just a hint of how it's going to look similar. Some textures close up. Not that you're going to look that close up in the future anyway, but here's some very warped lava right here. And some other variations. And as you can see, I try to focus on the tiling, and I think got it quite well. No repeatedness, as I can see. So this is what I do. I just walk in around, looking on the ground all the time. That's a texture artist job to do. Some new rocks. So I think I've shown all the type of variations now. When the rocks, the cracks, which is 3 different textures, and cooled lava, which has different types of variations. And yeah, I'm not using EMB, but the only thing I have on is NVIDIA AO on, which anyone can use, so I think that's fair enough. So keep in mind, this is those planes is very early work in progress. Like those ones here could be quite repeated, but those are only used in some areas. So that could be good to keep in mind. So let's just see how it looks from the top. Oh, wow. The sensitivity really went down. So this type of filing right here is going to be fixed. It's actually supposed to be on the rocks. I don't know why Oblivion, the creators, chose to have it like that, but yeah. And those edges is also going to be fixed. It's not texture related, it's how it's blended, which can be fixed in CK, I believe. I'm not an expert on that area, but if I'm not wrong, that's how it works. So yeah, the tiling seems to be alright. And that should be about it. It's of course going to look a little bit better with EMB. Here's some kind of EMB. It's not, I think it's like kind of the vanilla EMB. It's nothing special at all. But if you have a better EMB, it might look a bit better. But then again, when the lighting apartment gets in, it's going to be so much better. As well as the landscape apartment. So just some quick close-ups before we are moving on. I like how it gives this glowing effect, although we don't have any glow applied, since you can't apply it as well as parallax to landscape textures. But yeah, and then we also have those warp textures, which I'm going to get a close-up of as well. Keep in mind that this one is probably warped a little bit because it's sloping down from a hill or something. But those ones is what I try to mimic from those cool lava flowing directions. And this is all 4K, so 2K should be enough as well. I try to make the texture quite big, which means small shapes, so it should look quite good on 2K and 1K as well. Just 4K for those that really love to play on the maximum resolution. Some Direct armor. And those textures is also going to be a texture later as well. Just a big blob at the moment. Which I understand it was 2006, if I'm not wrong, that Oblivion was released. So it's quite some time ago. Right, so I'll save it right there. No, actually, I'm gonna go out from the gate first. Where am I? I'm lost. Just gonna T-sail. Where do we go? Oh, my stamina is very low. There we go. Alright, I think it's down here. Some more close-up rocks. Big shapes. I think it's acceptable. And plays out quite well as well. The different shapes. That's the bonus when you use the substance design, because you get the baked quality in normal maps. So it looks like how the Bethesda made them, just with 4K quality, of course. And here's some very hot lava right here. Someone is burning as well. And there's scams. I killed them before, so they're supposed to be alive. Ouch. Dead guard. So that's about what I made for those. Really close up. And that's the only reason why you should use 4K, because you can really have some close-up details. So let's go on to the Zero Deal. There we go. So yeah, that's why I'm making new textures for those, so they won't be here next time. Let's just save, and maybe we should. There is some sand textures that I'm going to put up around the Golden Coast. So let's move to Crow Haven, because the lava is about done. So here's some of the landscape textures made. This is with the Quixel. And some old Ford textures. I don't think those are not going to be used, but those are one of the first textures I made for Skyblivion. And you can see that UV is really, really bad. Yeah. So let's move out some other textures. Try to make it as photorealistic as possible. Just gonna jump. Oh. Here's an old texture. Right. I don't like you. So we got some sand over here, which I'm gonna show you. Make a new. Maybe I shouldn't make a new substance graph from the start, if you're interested. So I'm just gonna clean out all the enemies, so I don't have to rotate it of those. I don't know why the water's doing that. Keep in mind that I have a I have a older build than we have at the moment. So not, wow, we don't have. I don't have any latest updates. But that's not the very biggest priority when I'm making textures anyway. So this one, with some stones here and there, small stones, maybe some clams. Yeah, clams. And wavy beach textures. I don't think I have any. I don't think I have states water modifications on. It's quite alright anyway, except for the extreme blinking stuff. Alright, so I save right here and get back to Substance Designer. Alright. So that's the lava. Close this one down for a moment. And make a new substance. We're going to use specular glossiness for this one. And everything like this. Sand. Let me just check if I have a substance. So here's a different substance of the sand. Just gonna show you very quick. Which is using, let's see. Oh, it's using roughness on this one. Then I just use a environment that matches this sand texture. This song was really hyped. I think I'm going for the next one. No metal, please. So I'm not much into metal. Going for some different kind of music. No offense to those listening to metal, of course. I liked metal before that time goes. You can choose that. I can take this one. Let's take this one. Some relaxing music. Alright. So this is some wet sand. I shown this one before on the progress updates. And it should look a bit darker for the wet areas, and it should. I also got feedback that it should be a little bit more less wavy when it's wet, which of course I'm going to take into consideration. And the scale is all the way down. If I was going to use parallax for this one, like 50%, it would be something like this. But since we can't use those textures, landscape textures, parallax, we have to use without it. So let's see how everything is set up. How height, roughness. I only make landscape textures and some architecture landscape as well. I made the forts, the castles is also retextured, and some stone wall texture made some time ago. Sorry for flicking me through, just gonna show something else that is not landscape textures. So this one is really big, and this was some kind of pattern which I'm not supposed to be using right now. I made a herringbone pattern, which is called, which looks like this. I'm sure you have seen it out in the cities and such. It's very common in my city. But that's not what we want right now. So I'm just gonna switch it off. And this one. So this is the amount of rocks that's going to put here. This is some kind of a stone wall. This is just for different textures. It's not supposed to look like this. Here we go. We're getting some results. I'm still not going to look at that. So I added some moss, because this is some kind of a gravel wall texture. Let's see. 4K, there we go. Alright, so I'm just gonna show this one real quick, just to give you a hint of how the gravel wall texture is going to look. Then I get back to the sand textures. So we have the stone shapes, some stone edges, more stone shapes, another stone shapes, stone details, mortar, which is the sand, the grunge around the rocks. We have the height blend, which you can see everyone is nearly attached to that one. Because the height is always what's giving you all the information on what everything is going to look. Here we have the color information, some lichen for the rocks, and the roughness stuff, which we won't use, of course. And it's still not done. The substance designer use default brushes, and by extension you can make your own patterns. Yeah, you can make your own patterns. You can make different shapes and use different type of transforms, rotate them and blend them in to make different shapes. Type of slope blurs, for example, and stuff. You can really make some really cool shapes. There's those people that makes very cool oriental type of textures as well, with flowers and stuff. My moss, for example, has some flowers in it as well. Just going to wait till it's done with the loading. Just gonna see so everything is loaded. So yeah, this substance design is very intense on your computer. I have a 6-core CPU and 16GB VRAM with SSD and GTX 980, but it's still taking lots of time to render everything. Which could be good to keep in mind when you're going to use this software or even considering to buying it, depending on if you're a student or not. If you're a student, you get it for free. Come on. Alright, so just gonna check something. Wow. Yeah, it was correct. Alright. So here's one kind of texture. And there's no parallax, no tessellation or anything like that. It's completely empty. The scale is set to 0. So this is what you can get. And I wanted the rocks to, some rocks to dent and stuff like that. Just to give the feeling that that you're, yeah, that there need those type of realistic variations sometimes. Oh, I shouldn't done it. But I think that's it. Just going to take so much time if I'm going to render everything one time. This one. I put it to 2K just to show how it can look with parallax, because we can use parallax for those type of textures without issue, because it's not connected to the ground textures anyway. Here you can see all the nodes working all the way down, and boom, done. I can see now that the cracks is not accurate, which needs to be adjusted. But you can see here's some flowers, some kind of moss, and if I want some parallax on this one as well, like 50%, then you can get this one. You can make a which gives this. This is a 2K texture right now, so it will be much sharper on a 4K. Yeah, that's what I try to achieve. I also know that the grunge around here and there should be a little bit more less spacey, and should be a little bit more moss, not just on the rocks, of course. But it's a work in progress texture. So I'm gonna close this one down again and keep on working on the sand. I'm glad you guys like it, and if there is any feedback, just put it on. It's better if you put feedback on Discord on our channel. If you're on Twitch, you can just use exclamation mark and write Discord, and you should have it. So here's the sand then. Which is alright if you're going for non-wet versions. Let's see, we have the roughness over here. And I'm going to convert those ones to so we can use glossiness specular maps, because that's what we are going to use. It's just easier to work with roughness, but we are going to use specular glossiness maps. So for roughness it's quite easy, just invert the roughness map, and you get the glossiness map. So move that one right there, and you make a frame just to make it organized, and call this one gloss and specular. There we go. So here we have the gloss, and here we have my substance plugin, which we are going to use a height map and a normal. So we're looking for the height map, and we're putting it right there. And nope, I'm not gonna do that because I'm gonna use. That's fine. I like this song, it's very dramatic. Anyway, calm. So put this one normal in there, and also the height map. And here we have it. Already quick and easy your specular map, which you're going to use in the alpha channel on a normal map. So those areas here is going to be a little bit more glossy, shiny than other areas. which is the upper parts. The parts that is going downwards is those black parts, which shouldn't be glossy. So I just put some outputs, so Substance Designer can understand that it is a specular map. And I choose specular as a usage. Identifier, specular, copy it to a label, group it as material, and make another one called gloss. And this one should be... there we go. Alright, so we have the gloss and we also have the specular. Now I can change to physical based glossiness. And as I said before, we're not using physical based, but it's as close as we can get to chill looking game. And you can see now that it's very, very reflective. As you can see over here, which is of course not intended. So we might need to do some adjustments for this one. Which we have over here. I'm just gonna play with it till I get those shiny reflections away. Let's go into this instead. Play with the intensity. You can just use very extreme values just to see how it looks. Load. I find it really odd that it doesn't change anything. See view outputs. Ah, didn't it didn't use the outputs at all, although I had set them. So that was the issue. So it's not reflective at all, actually. And I think this is okay for if it's not wet. Let me see what you guys say. The SD to Skyrim specular node is something I made for myself. It's just to make Skyrim specular-ish maps really quick and simple. Which simply looks like this. A normal map inside curvature maps, which has information from the normal map, which is blended together with a height map, and then set some type of how bright it should be, which means the brightness that we should have on specular maps in Skyrim. So yeah, it's just a way for me to quickly make specular maps without doing it manually every time. And it's quite cheap on the performance as well, just about 50 ms. Oblivion gates, I think there is one outside Anvil, but I don't think there is sand around that area. Not correctly sure. Don't take my word on it. Quite some time since I played the whole game. Alright, but that's enough. What happened here? There we go. But I'm quite satisfied with the color if you compare it to the sand over here. It looks like the natural color value. So we go for that one. I'm gonna disable that one so we can see it easier. So yeah, we go for that one, and here's a close-up. Just grainy, lots of different type of sand. Just to mimic the sand shape. That it actually looks like sand. So let's just look at the tiling. And we can see that there is some areas that is very, very noticeable. Like these areas around here. Which has to be taken care of. It's one of those. So we go just play with the random seed actually. Just see how those change. There we go. I don't like that one either because there's those black lines all over. We need something that looks very natural. Let's have a look at the AO map. I'm gonna disable that one. That practically removed it, so I think I'm not gonna use that. So right now I'm just playing around with the randomness just to see one that is tiling quite well. We're at repeating in Horizon. And I think the AO map just turned on itself again. Still remember that. But this one is quite okay. It's those small edges over here, which I didn't like either. So yeah, texturing can take some while. At least if you really want it to be perfect. Then again, now it's already set up, so it's much faster, but you still need different type of variations and good tiling. This one is alright. You can go for this one. And here we have it. I'm gonna play with the right. The darkness variation. That's much better. No, no, no. Not good at all. Seed 7. I'm going back to that one. Wow, that one was really bad. I'm going back to 7. Yeah. Actually, Big Seed 7 is the best one at the moment. Let's see. Can auto levels is pushing the lower and the high levels. Automatic level in low and high levels. So it pops some areas. Other areas it doesn't. Which should give a little bit more contrast to it, which also makes it much easier to see all the tiling. So yeah, it's gonna go with the histogram range, which neutralizes it. But I prefer to use a auto level before anyway, just to get a little bit more depth if I didn't use it. So let's put this one to tiling 1. Alright, wetness. You want to see wetness? Sure. Could you just let's see. Alright, never mind. Then you have these wetness effects right here. Shiny wetness effect, like. But we can't set the glossiness in texture-wise, so we only have the specular map, which tells where it should be more glossy. Like over here, those edges. Start edges, like here, there won't be as much glossiness. But that's the wet sand, and we are also going to make it less wavy on wet sand, of course, and also much more darker. But we can use a switch node here. A switch node is more like you can quickly switch between. In this case, I can switch very fast between wet and dry sand, like this. If I turn the switch to false, it's wet, and if I switch to true, it's dry. With some small glimmering, like over here. It's very much like the sand, I mean, it's a little bit different. And here's the normal map. It's quite noisy, of course, as it's sand, but it's not like it's going to strain your eyes either. So yeah. Just gonna set something up. Save that one. So this is how it should look in special edition. And in special edition I also get those wetness effects. But in Oblivion, as I said before, we are quite limited to dry textures, unfortunately. And yeah, it's darker. It's just I just have to set it dark in the levels, so it's just put a levels node like this. Put it down like this. It's too much, I know, but just as an example, like that, and then you just put on the switch, and a little bit too dark, but yeah, boom. So Substance Designer is very handy if you want to make textures really fast when you have done the graph correctly. So I think we got our first sand texture done. As we have as we are going, I am going to make wet and dry sand textures. So the problem is, as I said before, is because it doesn't use the shininess. It's just going to be weird in Oblivion if we are using darker sand, but it's not wet, you know. So it's just some issue. So it's placed best with Special Edition. So see this sand as a version for the Special Edition users and a basic version for the Old Dreamy users. I prefer the special edition anyway. So there it is. First texture done. Let's just see. Just gonna put up the depth of the normal. That's much better, I think. Alright, once again, tiling. And apparently nodes random seed 7 didn't work as well this time. So I'm just randomizing till I get the texture I want. This one is really cool. Like it's flowing like an arrow. Looks like an arrow actually. So yeah, about the specular shininess, I understand that some prefer Old Dream, but we're limited to the engine, so sorry about that. Not much to be done actually, unless we make 3D models just for the sand, which is just very time consuming as well if we're going to keep up with the project. This one was really cool. It isn't very tiling either, it has random tiling everywhere. Kinda like it. Let's go for that one. Or, nah, I think it's too much, actually. This one... I think this one is going to look... Alright, folks, let me know which variation you like. This is variation 2, which looks like this. And then you have variation 3. I'm going to check on YouTube as well, just to see what they say. Maybe there's some... I can open the chat window. Ah, great, awesome. Put it over here. There we go. Okay, so this is seed free, which looks like this. This is I don't want to have it. It's very repetitive pattern. Remember, this texture is tiled 4 times on the horizontally and 4 times vertically. And let me know if I'm doing this too fast. Alright. Next variation. This one is actually quite alright, but you can still see the repeated pattern over here. Wow, sand is really hard to make look good in the distance. And this one has horizontal lines all over it. Alright, variation 2 has 1 vote at the moment. Now we're going for variation 6. This is variation 6. Then we have variation 7. Right, some say 4. 2 people say 4. Yeah, 3. Check for 4. Just going through everyone. This is 7. It looks on 7. And here we have 8. Variation 8. This one is quite repetitive. I don't like that one either. You can see all those small circles. That's ugly. Here is variation 9. Yeah, I'm aware about the tempo, but you need to make sure it ties well. You don't want to have a repetitive. I don't want to release textures that is going to be repeated for you users. This is the last variation, 10. So so far 4 F's most. Alright, let's go for 4. Which is this one. So this is seed 4. Just gonna verify. Just gonna go for a fast check for 7, because people is mentioning as well. Is it loaded? So here's 7. I think I actually prefer 4 myself. Yeah, I think this one is better. Thanks for the feedback, people. Alright, let's go for 4th. And put it up in game. Tiling. Looks like this, if it's just one texture. Like the wavy sand we saw in game. If you were here when you looked at that. So if you just take a look, quick look here, you can see this one might be quite repeated. But you know, you can't, we can't do this all the time. So let's accept that it's going to be this one. Interesting. It's gonna check real quick here. There's some distortion over here. Anyway, it isn't noticeable unless you zoom in and want to see some graininess. We go for that one. Substance sand. We want these. Let's just pick up the AO. Base core, normal, AO, and specular. Should be it. And then we also have to. I make another window just for Skyrim data. Textures. That's for landscape. At the moment I'm saving the texture, so it's going to take a little while. Right, we have a lot of sand right down here. Terrain, wet sand. There's a wet sand texture we can get a little bit darker next. believe this one is the texture we saw in game, or just one spot. I think actually we can use replace this one. It doesn't look so good with the waves in one direction anyway. It's going to be very repeated. Personally, I prefer when it's waves all everywhere instead. Just gonna check something very fast. That's right. Right. Alright. So this one it is then. Let's see if it's there we go. Right, the specular map and ambient occlusion. I don't feel why we should use this, it's just going to make it more tiling. Don't know why I included that anyway. And normal map and base color. So base color is here. As you can see, there's no shapes at all. Some small shapes if you look really close. But that's what the normal map is going to do for us. Hopefully. Else I might have to make some adjustments for that one. If I would, I could just put up the normal map like this and desaturate it, which you can find at image adjustments desaturate. Shift Control U, and then you just copy this one and multiply. There you have it. And then you just merge the layers and you match the color, image adjustments, match color, and you choose background. And there you have it. Really quick fix just to get the shapes if it's not going to look good in game. Might be handy if someone else is going to do that. And yeah, here's all the landscape textures, and I'm about done with them. Some mossy textures, which is quite hard to make with substance design because of all the shapes, which will take more than 24 hours, which took for the lava. But yeah, we're going for the flat version first, just to have a look-see. And I haven't studied designing or anything like that. I'm completely self-learned. So if you're interested in learning textures, you can do it. Just my tip, if you want to learn making textures, just compare how anyone else is doing the textures and try to make it look exactly the same. And when you learn to make it look exactly the same, then just go and make your own style. That's the best way to learn to make textures. Lurak, do you mean if you need to upgrade your computer for playing Skyblivion? Because Skyblivion is supposed to work with have the same requirements as we have on Skyrim and Skyrim Special Edition. So if you're going to play Skyrim, it's going to have the same requirements for that Skyblivion version. We're just giving different options to have better graphics if you want. And if you can, of course. It all depends on what PC you have. which I totally understand. Here we have a dark. We actually have a dark one just on the side of it. Might as well make a darker version then, which I might believe is the wet versions. Alright, so here's the normal, original normal, and here's the new one. Wow, this song is really loud. There we go. That's fine. And just normalizing it in case something is not normalized. The blue channel. I might remove the blue channel, which means making it complete white, because those dark spots could, like those rings here over here, is going to make the texture a little bit darker, which is the depth texture. And here's the specular map. And specular map. Wait, do you have a specular map? This is the first time I've seen a specular map in the landscape textures. Really odd. And very nice if that's the case. I have to make some detective later on. And again, the as you can see, the specular is quite bright everywhere, which means that it's going to be quite reflective at the same spots everywhere as well. Here it's only reflective at certain areas. That's the normal map. Just gonna save it. Then I also had a a dark version, I believe, but didn't have a special specular map. So I guess this one has a specular map attached somehow, which I haven't found at the moment. Hopefully I will. Hopefully. Come on. What's happened? Wow. Crash. And if anyone is wondering, this is the music from Adrian von Ziegler, which is allowed to be played on non-commercial projects like Skyblivion. Just mentioning at times because it's stated on this channel that you should mention it for people. So it's the dark one. Just gonna make a. Actually, I'm gonna make a switch for this one as well. So you guys can switch between wet version and light versions really quick. We put this one up, put this one down. This is crap. Switch. There's different switch. One for color and one for grayscale. Grayscale is much quicker to handle because it's only one channel to handle, while color input nodes has 3 channels, which should technically take 3 times longer to compute. And we put it down there, and this one should be called. Let's just make a comment as well, like this, and call it wet sand. I don't think I need any comment over it. Just to have a quick understanding about is just the amount that we need. Just gonna compare with the original. It's kind of green. That's odd. A bit darker. I don't like it to make it too dark either because I want it to fit with the texture so it doesn't make it too big of a contrast. But let's make a switch to the darker version. There we have it. I don't know about you, do you want it to be a little bit more darker or... And this is not Kyle speaking at the moment. It's Gorgulla. Where's the chat for YouTube? Thanks for the feedback. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm gonna have to take it into consideration. Thing is also, although it might be realistic to have it in just one direction, it's also quite, how to say, quite troublesome to make it tile. Well, so sometimes you might have to make trade-offs. Just a bit darker, right? I'll make it a little bit darker. There, maybe. I think I should desaturate it also a little bit. And blend. There we go. Could just make it like this. Over here. And saturate it to like 20%. It's very notable. I can compare it once I put it in Photoshop, no problem. Okay, so here's a little bit more darker. As well. Thing is, when you darken it with levels, it usually gets a little bit more saturated as well, because of the contrast. So you just have to fine-tune it. So this is just one part, like making the darker sand. It has taken a little while as well. So especially when you're making handmade textures or procedural textures, which is not taken by photos, which I, no offense, but I really hate textures taken with photos, because there is those photograph noises and stuff that a trained eye can see really fast, and it's much more clean if you can make it with textures. But yeah, I understand some people might prefer it with photos. Understand completely. Sand. Save. There we go. Now we just need to organize this one a little bit. So now we have our dark version. I'm just gonna clean it up and then export it. That. Right. So here we have it. It should be exported right now as well. Yep. So I'm gonna have a different take the other texture just for a comparison for you to see. Oops. What did I think of? Alright, I could just use the canvas. Oh, anyway. So here's the light one, which is not supposed to be the one that is not going to be wet. Here's the one that's going to be wet. I do realize that I might be a little bit slow and put a lot of time and attention to small details, but that's how I am. Sorry. I like to put time, and when I'm done, I'm usually more, how to say, satisfied when I'm done. So now I got a little bit more darker, and we can remove this greenish texture, which should fit more to the Bravil area or Darkwood. Swampy areas, but not over here. Dark, right. So now that this thing is done, we can set a wet sand with just one click right now. So that's really helpful, which means that we can just keep doing our textures really fast. I think there are some textures which needs rocks and little stuffs, and that's what I'm going to do next. Unless there is more textures without rocks. Just waiting for Photoshop to be done, so I'm gonna check the chat a little bit. Yeah, and keep in mind that this is around Anvil, so it's quite colorful and yellowish lightning around there. So it's not that desaturated, actually. Alright, cool. Now we have 2 sand textures done. And we have sand with some stones, which is going to be our next little small project. And I'm just going to take a break for about 3 minutes, going to get some tea, then I'll be back. So just keep with me. Right, back in business. Let's get started. So what do we have here? We have big and smaller stones, pebbles, and we also have like small black dots here and there. And it also looks like a bird have walked over here. Something, I don't know. Could be some stones that have been all over it. Just moved by the wind. Which seems not really logical at all. But alright, here we go again. So this is the type of texture we want this time, which means less depth, less waves, less some stones and stuff. So here we go. Gonna make a new substance just for the stones. No, I'm not. I'm gonna make it later. But I'm gonna start down here. Alright, stones. We can use the tile sampler for this. Tile sampler is, yeah, it's tiling different shapes. Like here we have some squares. You can choose whatever you want. I'm going for a paraboloid, I think, because of how the stones look. They're quite round, and they also have white to dark, which means they will have some depth from the beginning. We're gonna put down the amount horizontally and vertically, something like this. And we're also going to push down the scale, but we also can make the scale a little bit more random. And well, to be honest, I'm gonna use the tile random instead. It looks like this. And I'm gonna push this one to 6 tiles. And we're going to use paraboloid again. So here we have it. And we don't want any split. That, and let's just wait with the randomization of the sizes for the moment. We push the scale random to something like 50%. Something like this. You can either do it like this, or you can make one single shape and just splatter it around later. Something like this. And then just splatter it around. Depending on if you want different type of shapes from the beginning. Actually, I'm gonna do that instead because it's going to give a better result. So here we'll have one shape. I'm just gonna copy it and make another, which could be a half bell, for example. You can see that it's going very dark up to this area. It's going bright to not very dark that side. That's how this one is going to work. Alright, let's see. And here is how you can make different shapes if you want. Flower grids later on. Depending on if you're going to do some mosaic textures or whatever. So right, so here's 2 different, and we want some texture on them. We want some detail. So we get a slope blur, and this does is going to give it a little bit more detail and attention. So so this one is connected to this one, just the input, and then we have the slope, which you can get with the fractal sum base. You can then connect it like this, and you get something like this. If you put the samples all the way up, you get a more accurate result. And put down the intensity, you can see difference already. I'll get more of a rough details instead. Quite handy, and many who use the Substance Designer is also using this kind of effect. And mean means we are darkening some areas instead of blurring it with the slope, which I prefer. Just putting it up there, playing with the minimum level, which you can see put some more contrast on it, which gives this. If you down roughness, you can see it's gone from very grainy to very edgy, or whatever you call it. One second. Right. Something like this, but we don't want this intensity at all. We're going with the easy intensity at the beginning. Blur it instead. Usually start with a very easy intensity and crack it up while giving another slope blur like this. Just go inside here instead. Then you can have a, for example, a pearl noise instead, which gives a different result, like that. It gives more like a crystal effect instead. Which is just what we want. Now you can see how it moves, like from a round dot to a more rockish structure. You just have to play with the attention of detail. And that slope blur. It should be the last one. Let's use a fractal sun base once again with the different values. So here we have one kind of texture. Might want to histogram, make it a little bit more so white on the areas. But now I'm just gonna use that. So there's one. I'm gonna make further adjustments later, I think. In fact, I might crank this one up a little bit. Still not satisfied. If there's anything you wonder, just let me know. It's best to talk to me through Discord. I might not notice on Discord, on the Twitch chat or YouTube chat. Just so you don't think I ignore you. And here you can see that the detail is very different. I might as well choose a different shape for this one. Square, I think. Get this one. We should also bevel it a little bit. Bevel is like you give it the edges a little bit more space. Something like this. And then let's see if we can do something else. Gradient. Not like there is so much white space over here, which means it's going to be very flat on the bottom, top. I mean, let's see, it's diamond-ish effect, which is quite cool as well. Can smooth. Something like that. And those could be different shapes, different sizes, different width, different height. So we have one round-ish texture. It's like this in close up. And everything of every texture I'm doing at the moment is 4K. So it's going to be quite sharp. Right. Then we choose a splatter. Splatter is more like splattering around the shapes, putting it all over, and which is quite useful if you want the rocks to be here and there. This. Now we have some round and some of those squares. Can then use the scale variation and default scale, which I'm not very satisfied about. So I'm going for the tile sampler again. Tile random. Oh right. Never mind me. For maybe I remember wrong. Let's go back to tile sampler now. So if you choose a pattern input, you can choose amount of pattern inputs. We are going to use 2 different. So it will be something like this. You can see some round and some with the other shape. I think the amount is well enough. We can then just play with the scale random with like 25%, just not to make it a little bit too extreme. And yeah, it won't be symmetrical like this. It's going to be masked, so there's only some of them. We're also going to rotate them, and the position random is also going to play a lot. Here you see the position is randomized now. There we go. And then we randomize the height and the width levels. So you can see that some of our shapes is very wide, some are default, such like those ones. And yeah, we are going to definitely going to make them or mask them. Like this is the amount of rocks, and this one is definitely going to be a little bit more. Let's go for disk. No, actually, I'm going for a square anyway. Something like that. Then let's make a blend. It's a bit mess right now. I'm gonna fix that. There we go. A little bit more. It's a little bit more round, which is just what we want. We might need some more. Fine, I can deal with that. Actually, I'm going to do like this instead. Shape. I'm gonna make a circle shape as well. So it's going to look like this. Use this one instead. Just playing around till I second. Then I just use the subtract and play with the size of this one. Just invert it. So you can see you can play with the shapes however you want it. This one is quite round but still not. It's what I try to achieve. Cool. Might need to play with the levels for this one because lightning difference is too big between this one. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, something like that. Now they have about the same lightness. It's good. Right, cool. I could then, if I want, use the color random instead to make some darker and some not. This is helpful with the height map later on. So just put it at a subtle number. Have a quick look again at the rocks. And there's still some other shapes as well, but you can warp them if you want, like this warp. Let's go for a direction warp. This one. Put that one in. Very soon. You can get different shapes, but it's clear that this one needs some adjustments before doing anything like that. The different purling slope layers and stuff. And I'm going to use a smooth purling noise because right now it's getting very edgy. Something like that. Yeah, they will have a different shape, which for example could be this one here, and then you have the round shapes, which could be this one. So you just really have to play with the different shapes to get your the result. So now we have 3 inputs. You have those little shapes, and you have some other shapes. Alright, cool. Now we just have to make it about the same level that there is in the original texture. It should be about 8 times 8. Something like that. It's not at all actually, because some is smaller than others. You can also play with the offset just to move some of them different area, in case some is closing into each other's. So here's the stone pattern right now. Here. It's quite randomized. Might as well play with the let's see, where do we have it? Rotation random, of course. Why didn't I use that? I forgot to use the rotation random. It makes the inputs to rotate a little bit randomly, which also makes it a little bit more natural. Then just play with the position until you get some nice result. Like this one. It's quite randomized. Issue is that there's no rocks in the middle. So something like this could work. What I'm doing is I'm making some rocks that is going to be in the sand. Just wondering. So what I'm going to do is, let's see, I'm just gonna this guy's a little bit more here. Oh. And we're going to use a height blend, which means because those are also height information, which means grayscale and how much it should pop and how it should look and everything. So yeah, let's go with the bottom. So here's the original, which is for the sand, and here's for the rocks. You can see that I'm putting on top right now. You can play with the contrast a little bit, just comparing how it looked in vanilla. Cool. And I think I should make a mask for this one. Not entirely sure. Let's just play with the height offset instead. So here's the mask that we get, which is all the stones and where they are put in. Just completely white, but we are going to use this mask to make textures for them and how they should look. So we put it up here. And now you can see a little bit of small rocks here and there. And here's where you're going to play with the color of the rocks, of course, because at the moment they are sand textures. So, which is nice if you want sand clumps, but in this case you have white stones and stuff. And I understand it can be quite complex. I'm trying to explain as well as I can. Thing is, I have a brick, a square like this, and then I have a round shape like this. And then I'm practically combining them, which makes the disc square a little bit more round on the edges, which gives in the end this result. So those things over here is just detail to the texture, and this was just this one, but it's warped, so it had a different look, which is then input into this one, and you have different shapes, and when I put it in here, this is what you get. So what are we gonna do? We are gonna color those stones. It's over here at the diffuse. So let's make another gradient. Actually, let's take this texture, have it over there. So we need a bitmap. You can do this just to get the correct color information. Resources. Right. Let's take this one. This. Put this one up. We make this one relative to parent. Just so this is in the same size. We're just gonna use the color information of this one, so we're not gonna use it at all. So we have some white rocks, some darker rocks, greenish, no, whitish, orangish rocks. But mostly it's desaturated white grayish rocks, which is still very common ones. So what I'm doing is I'm picking a gradient. I can take, for example, this one. It's all gonna be very purple. But yeah, so that's how it works. So let's pick this one up. Some of those stones. And then you just have to play around until you get the desired result. And I'm not entirely happy with this. I might as well use another reference or just make something out of my mind. Let's just clear it. So you can see when I'm playing with just this one, you can see the sorry about that. You can see that the yellow edges is concentrated. So I'm just gonna play until I get a natural color. Something like that. See what this one gives. Right, this one just on the edge. Actually, some green might be nice, just because of all the seaweed and everything, stones. Let's go for this one. But it's clear that I might need some variation of this one. Might as well use the tile sample just for one shape at a time and mask it up just to have some different color variation. Because this is not good enough. It's gonna. We could desaturate it, which would look something like this. Play with the lightness of this one. Something like that. You know, you just have to play around until you get the desired result. This is the color of the stones which you are playing with around here. As well, just do that. What I told you before, making different masks, because this is not going to work out at the moment. But there is a different solution for that. Let's see how that looks, though. Just for the fun of it. So we put this one. Just gonna move the go and use the blend node. And also, why didn't I think about that? I should make a normal map from those rocks. And this one, there we go. Here we have a normal map of all the DS stones that we're going to use. You can then use a curvature, which gives a sharp version of a height map or something like that. It looks something like this. I also use a curvature as well. It's a sharper version. Hold on, so I'm gonna check if you're writing something on the stream. And it's very messy at the moment. Just gonna set everything up and then I'm just gonna move it down here so you have all the rocky formation in one place. So wave sand, yeah, that's enough. Right, so we have the sharp version over here. We then blend those two because we don't want the very sharp version as well because it's very too sharp. It's the overall shape that I wanted. So I'm gonna make a opacity with the add sub instead. So here's the curvature smooth, a little bit more sharpness to it. I practically just made sharp stones down already. Alright. Let's see, what else do we add? Yes, to blend it, just for the sake of it. gradient map. There we go. But I needed to make it with the gradient map to make it a color node instead. That and then it's going to be used with a mask, of course. Let's see what I have it. So, got our stones, which looks like crap right now. But we're just gonna color them. Here we have them. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna lower the brightness, we're gonna color them, and that should be about it. So we get back to this gradient map again. Just plate, different variations. What I'm gonna use, I'm gonna do it like this. So we just made them a little bit more darker, which gives this instead. Now we just have to make them, some have be white and some not. So you could either use a mask for that. So let's have the mask we had earlier, this one, and blend that one. So we can make a new frame, which is called mask variations. Right, so we put this one in here, and then put shape. No, let's go for clouds. Then a level node. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna pick out some of the stones for one mask. I could use the tile separately just to make some different tiles, but it takes lots of performance, and you need that performance if you're going to make textures quite fast. So I can use a histogram scan on this one instead. Histogram scanner could be like a level, depending on how you're using it. Just moving up with the contrast. There we go, different mask. Let's see. So some stones has disappeared, but I think we need some more. Actually, just use the tile step. Just playing around with ideas right now. Let's see what's best. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Sorry about this, folks. It's gonna make another tile sampler, and mask it differently. So here's about 4 stones, which could be a little bit more darker than others, or a little bit more whiter, depending on what we want. 5 stones. No, it's 4 stones, because it's... that should be enough. Then again, use a histogram scan. I'm going to move this one up all the way up here again, and remove those. Then I'm going to move this one over here. There we go. Now we have the mask for those stones. Quite cool if anyone is using Substance Designer. Didn't know about it. Alright, let's see. Crap. So yeah, it gets quite messy really quick. This is the one we want. Let's go for a gradient map. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this mask over here, like this. And it should be just, let's see, so I'm doing this correctly. It's tied right now. As well, to make a new one. Yeah, let's do it. I know this is the wrong way to do it at the moment. Careless, sorry about that. It's just about the performance anyway, so the quality is going to be the same anyway. But yet the performance is going to be better. Right. Here we have the gradient map for this one. So let's make this one quite bright as well. Let's play with the levels instead. Also desaturate this one. Right, here we go again. and then we just put the opacity, just do the max light instead. Quite surprised that it gives this much amount. It's not even corrected. But let's have a look. That's more correct. So you can see that some stones is brighter than others. So this is just the color variation. The texturing comes later. Some lighter stones and some darker stones. This is not good at all. Just going back, scan again. The contrast. There we go, much better. Should be about it. So some stones is brighter than others, and I can also see that they need to be more flat as well. So I'm gonna put down the bevel all the way down to something like that. Thanks MK, glad you like it. So now we're getting some more flat stone shapes. We just need to make them blend in better with the environment. Because some is very very dark as well, which I'm not a really big fan of. Let's have a look at the original. Might as well use a histogram scan for this one as well, because it's making some really black noises, which is not intended at all. It gives some fake ambient occlusion, which we don't want. So just copy this one, and let's see, which do we have? This one. Should be a better amount, I think. That removed some of the fake ambient occlusion effect. At some areas I noticed. Some is worse, like this one. Looks like crap. No, it's something else. Dark spots. crank up the contrast again a little bit. Oops, I think I took. Didn't. Funny. It's because they get the height information, and the height information tells that it's really dark beneath the stones, which is of course intended from the height, but we don't want that much dark. I mean, it's getting really unnatural. I'm just gonna put the contrast all the way down instead, and play with the position instead, and then the height blend. There we go. Right. That's of course not intended. 0.50. Might just have to blend it right. See how it looks right now. Right. It might be because of this. I'm going to ignore the for the moment. Let's see if it makes any difference. Though it ain't much, but let's crank the contrast. So you can see that they are blending in together with the stones right now. It's sweet. Shouldn't need a mask if that's the case, because that will just ruin the overall feeling how it should look. So we just want the mask from this one instead. This is way too calm for me right now. Let's go for some fantasy. So I have not been so active on the chat. Just gonna see what you guys are saying. Right. Alright, let's see how the normal is. It's blending in well together. Aware that the looks like it's painted on, but as long as it plays nice with the normal map, it's going to have some quite nice depth anyway. Which it doesn't, because it's not supposed to do this. So I'm just playing around till I get the result I'm looking for. Yeah, something like this. Here. I'm thinking about doing it a different way instead. sometimes I find this not to be quite optimal. Let's see how we blow up. Here we go. Getting closer to what I tried to achieve from the beginning. There we go. Right. Why didn't I think about that? God dang it. There we go. Stones is now blended perfectly without any noise anywhere. Might as well not need it. Actually. Let's just do this. Uniform color to a grayscale 128, which is 50% grayscale. Depending on using sRGB yesterday, it should be correct. Just use a blend map node. The height side here. The this one is a background. This one is a foreground. Something like that. Also playing around with the ambient occlusion, which is going to be behind the rocks. Inside rocks, of course. There we go. This is getting all messy again, but use another blend. This one is going to be the last one. It's going to be used as the last one. Oh. I think about. Boom. There we go. Here we have the ambient occlusion effect, and of course we're going to push that down a lot. But it's just going to give some depth to the rocks. As well, make it a little bit darker, and then make the rocks lighter instead. There is some textures I'm not very satisfied about. And I'm gonna adjust the shadow as soon as I get the rocks done. Now it doesn't look as flat, which is great. Just have to play with the histogram. Something like that. Just push it all over to. You should make some. It's not intended at all. Let's just use the mask instead. Light blend is great because it can make the sand merge with the rocks better, which makes it look like the rocks sand is some sand is above the rocks, and vice versa. Right. Let's see. that? It's not even in that at all. So I'm just gonna blur it all out so it doesn't get this glitch. Just ruin the shape that we wanted first time. I'll give it a little bit more smooth, 24. Should do the trick actually. Right. Got some nice rock shapes. It looks quite natural. Just gonna have a quick shit on the chat room. Sad music. I don't know when this will be finished. If you're asking about the stream or the game itself, we have a goal to finish this 2018. You can see at the FAQ about when it's going to be finished, which is in the description if you're looking at YouTube. Should be something like that at our Discord channel as well. Right, we got some rock ships right now. I think just gonna play with the size variation, then I'm bring those shapes is done actually. Let's go for 0.60 actually. And I have to do the same at the other one as well. Is it still yes, it is. Quite nice dramatic music. But here you can see some of the sand is going above the stone, which I like. Gives some depth and realism to it. Most of the sand is taken over, most of it. I'm just gonna have a quick look at the reference images. And they are quite bright in comparison. So I might just do that. Just have a look. Levels. Now let's use this one instead. Oops. There's something more natural texture and color and feeling to it. Not that anyone is going to look as close as this, but just to make sure. If someone is going to look like from a perspective, it's going to be something like from this height, something like this. So it ain't that much of a issue. Just making sure the shapes and that stuff is corrected. And yeah, you have to play around with the ambient occlusion if you're going to so it doesn't look really dark in some areas. Just for example, play with the radius, see or use word units, which is more like in the world, you know, how big the size of the texture is in centimeters or. Let's have a look again. All right. Should look a little bit more natural. Just making sure the mask for this one matches as well. So have a quick look over here again. You can see that it's much smaller, which means that it whitens a lot more as well. It's gonna go up by 50. As well do it like this as well. Blend. This one. It's the foreground. This one. Go, then we just use darken. Get the exact result that we want. Get down, blur it a little bit just to not have those really extreme edges. Should be enough. Right. So there we go. Some stones in the sand. Just as in the vanilla Oblivion. We have some big shapes as well. But issue is when you're tiling, it's going to be very repetitive. I can see it already now that it's going to be very repetitive by just looking at this. So make sure you could just have a quick check by doubling it by 4. Then just this one 1024 like this. Hold down shift just to make sure it aligns perfectly. And you can see, wow, what's up with this lag? Right, cool. You can see that it's tiling very bad because you can see stone, repeat all the same all the time. It's not gonna look good when in game. I mean, you don't even have grass on the sand beach anyway, so there's no grass to hide the tile either. Good question, okay. And thank you. Yeah, glad you people like it. So here we have it. Just gonna make some different shapes, and this one is actually going to be flat if I'm not wrong. So I'm just gonna put it down a little bit. Something like that. Then I'm going to use a different normal map for the stones, which we should have over here. But then again, we have to use the blended mask for that. Which we could of course use. We could use the normal blend, which is by using a normal color. This one there, and then just use the mask to add. And we're going to get the exact normal information for the stones, which we can then combine. It's going to work like I want. Alright. So here's how it was before, and here's with the blended one. Just gonna make sure I should blend it a little bit before, I think. Just keep with it. This one you can just press the D button and it won't show up, which is quite handy if you want to save some space in a new graph, keep it organized, which mine isn't right now. I'm gonna fix that. I always use the normalize on the end, in case there is some wrong information with the normal map, which might make the lightning on the texture wrong. Normal, and then we combine the normals, the original normal with the new normal. This, and we should then detail oriented just for better quality, and let's see how it goes. So right now I was playing with the normal map, just making sure everything looks great. I can play with the intensity, double amount of intensity, which should make the stones pop out some more compared to before. It should, yeah. But that's too much. That's why I go for 1.3 instead of 1, 2. Actually, it'll give quite nice depth. Then we just have a look at the stones, see how they play with the lightning information. They're quite nice. You can see how the shadows, how they around the stones, how they follow the sun. That's how they're supposed to play. Just to make sure it looks great as well. I think it's my software with the noise cancellation stuff. I'm gonna see if I can do something about it. About the let's see how it sounds now. If it sounds better. Good night, Kaya the Firefly. Is the mic sounding alright right now? Because it was my software before. And yeah, I'm from Sweden. And it's 12 o'clock right now. But, still, I don't have any work tomorrow, so it's okay for me. Actually. I'm not quite satisfied with the stones. I want more variation to them, and I might as well just copy over the edition just to save some time. Might as well do that. Alright, let's see. I should give the stone much better quality once it's loaded up. We also need some information anyway. There we go. Also a great thing about Substance Designer, you can use your earlier work just to copy over to another graph, and which saves a lot of time. I used to play a lot of Construct before, not as much right now. I don't know, I prefer to do productive stuff instead, actually. But yeah, it depends on who you are, so to say. But yeah, some other people ask me the same. Actually. Someone else, I'm just rambling right now. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Alright, let's see. Have a different collaboration, just some illusion around the stones, which should be quite realistic for the stones as well. So might as well add that. Yep, let's do that. Another blend node. hopefully the last blend node. And let's just put up the curvature. There we have it. And of course gradient. But there is a lot of people that I know that plays lots of Counter-Strike, of course. And it was fun, but it isn't as fun right now. In Sweden, there's so many Russians playing, and they only talk Russian, so it's not even competitive anymore. And not trying to talk bad about the Russians, just those who's playing Counter-Strike and talking Russian, because you can tell them that please talk English so we can understand and play together. But sometimes they just won't listen either. So that's the sad part about it, really. To be more exact. Oh, crap. Let's use, I will put like 50%, something like that. Yep, this one. Something like that. And there we go. We have some coloration on the stones with some small lesion type of texture. I'm just gonna make it a lot sharper. Whoops, too sharp. Where I learned to make textures, I haven't studied textures or anything like that. I just started like for what year is it? 2017. When Skyrim released, I was already doing textures then. Well, rather, I was very interested when I made textures then. I remember I made some weapons. I tried to remake every weapon in Daedric weapon in Skyrim. No, actually every weapon in Skyrim with photos, and of course it wasn't as good a quality compared to Cable 120 and those guys. But I tried to. Yes, that was my start, and I tried to compare how other people did it, and I tried to achieve the same. Actually, try to mimic the same style as well, make it look exactly the same as well. Some may take it as stealing, but I'm not actually publishing whatever I'm stealing. I'm just using it to learn how to do it. And when I learn how to do it, then I just make my own style instead. It's a great way to learn just by copying from other people, and then when you learn it, just do your own thing. So everyone has to start somewhere, and my way to do it was like that. Just make sure that you don't put something up that you stole, of course. That's not acceptable at all. But you can use it as a training ground to get better. And yeah, living in Sweden, as I probably told before, but there's I believe there's people coming in and out from the stream all the time. And the music also from Adrian von Ziegler, I think it's called. I can't pronounce it correctly, but I got some cool music if you want to be relaxed and just do your thing. Actually, I might as well. I preferred how it looked before. But I think this should be it. That should be one texture. And now we have the stones. Now I can just generate more stones if I need, which is great. Of course. Might have another play with this one. I'm just doing some shape on the sand, and I think I'm done with this sand texture. The original texture doesn't have many waves at all. I'm thinking about not having any waves either. But if that's the case, I just have to make sure the stones is applied well. You might notice me from, if you played Fallout 4, you might notice me from some mods over there, like the Pip-Boy texture overhaul, power armor overhaul and stuff. There's some mods over there as well if you're interested. I'm not playing that game anymore, but if other people are, that might be interesting. I'm using Substance Designer right now. It's a great tool. Of course, it takes some time, and if you're new, it's quite hard from the beginning. But once you get used to it, it's really easy. just as anything else use. There's some great tutorials, and I'll be trying to stream as much as I can as well. 6.81.5. And while you're doing everything, you will also notice how your skills and different type of how you learn to make different type of variations as well. I mean, I read so many tutorials and stuff, how to do stuff, and it's actually quite fun when you learn it. We are listening to Adrian von Ziegler music right now, which is allowed to be used for non-commercial projects like this. Well, I think this should be it for this texture. Don't know how long I'm gonna stream, but it might be a little while more. So if you're interested to watch and see the result on the textures, then just sit back and enjoy. I try to look at the chat as much as possible. And if there is anything you wonder, or if there is any feedback that you want me to do, just let me know. Also, if there is any specific feedback, just hit me up on Discord. You can put it up on the Skyblivion Discord chat feedback channel. Great. I'm quite satisfied. Must just make another warp for this one, for the sake of it. Make it crazy high, something like that. And increase another input. There we go. We have some further variations, which is great. Gonna make it look a little bit more natural, actually. And I think I actually want to increase the size a little bit as well. Before I'm done with this one. get back to 1 again. And put the scale random down to 0.3 instead. 0.3, there we go. Let's have a look at the tiling. Yay, tiling. And it's quite repetitive. Crappy. Whoops. Nope. It's so weird why substance designer always leave the center area always to be masked off first. Really, really odd. But as well you have to offset it. No? You just have to play around till you get the better position of everything. And there we go, center again, which we don't want. That's something much better, although they're stuck together, which is not nice either. We want it to be splattered around different locations. Let's try a really high amount. Fine, I deal with that. I'm 22 as well. Always one stone that is sticking out too much compared to the others. Although the tiling is not well anyway, so I'm gonna random see that one and randomize it one time just to see if we can get another tiling. And if you hear those weird noises, that's because substance design is quite resource heavy, so yeah, the sound might get messed up. This wasn't good either. And sometimes I feel a little bit weird talking to myself all the time. But it feels good I'm talking to the audience and not completely myself. They will just feel a little bit schizophrenic or something. This is a great tile. Kind of. Just gonna find which texture that is, which stone that is. It's this one. I'm now optimizing the graph a little for so I can make textures real fast without waiting for a long time. So here we go. We can make a frame called stones, pebbles. Alright, something like this. And a frame called stone brightness. And detail, because we're using both. This is the normal for the stones, so it should be somewhere over here instead. There we go. Now it's a little bit more organized, just how we want it. This is not good at all though. This ambient occlusion is better. Gives us lots of more details. And it's going to this one, right? Yep. I'm gonna go for something like that, and then I just brighten it up. Just to get some more details on the stones. Just a little amount. Let's go for a luminosity. I can then crank it up all the way, and then just play with the luminosity filter, just to keep the details, but at the same time not making it darker. Could play with this one as well, just to give some more AO around the edges. Wow. Something like this. Might be a bit too extreme, but it's just for to see how it works out. Wow. This is going to be quite interesting. But it actually works out quite well as well. So you can see when you're working with the histogram scan, you can see the dark areas around the stones, which is what I want at the moment. When you're moving it down, it removes those, it removes it, and if you move it down, up, increasing it, it's giving more darkness around the stone. So something between is what we want. To give it a more depth. And what's up with this stone? Top right. Interesting. Either way, could work with the normal map. Now it looks really odd. Alright, getting closer to the final result. Just moving this one a little bit more back to adjust the shadows around this one. Alright, cool. Then I just have to change the stone shapes size random, because some were very stretched. So I might as well give this one at the 50% chance to be wider, while the other one is keeping the same, being closer to keep the same height. Should give it a little bit more natural results, I think. Then just work with the ambient occlusion, yeah. Invert. Just got a quick idea. I was gonna test it out. Alright. Yep, that should cost that, right? Just experimenting with one thing right now. Not even sure if I should use alright. And the reason why it's messing up at the moment is because we use a histogram range. There. Let's see what it says now. Crank this one up to 1. So contrast just to make sure we only get the shape of the stones. Alright. Another variation which didn't look as good, so we scrapped that one. Looks like I'm never going to be completely satisfied about those stones. But I'm not closer now to a solution. You know what? I'm just gonna use an auto level on this one. Like this. And then just put this one over here. Now I just have to play around with this with the Instagram scan, and then hopefully I'm done. Wow, it was really small. But I'm going for 0.4 instead. .35. That might just be the perfect size for this. Yep. And then you just make the original sizes a little bit bigger. Ah yes, this is great. Alright, we'll go with that. Last ambition occlusion, then I'm done with this. For the 5th time or 10th time I say that. Sorry about that. I'm trying to keep that promise this time. And yeah, I'm from Sweden. People, if there is anything, just let me know. I'm trying to check the chat all the time. And yeah. This normal map is really bad. Let's just see how I connect those ones. That's much better. A little bit more depth to the stones. So, stones left, and ambition left. Let's see where we are. We want those ones. Those are the ones that is very dark at the moment in the areas which we want to remove. Wow. Alright, yeah, that needs to be fixed. I thought this one was connected to that one. No? Oh. Right, that's not the issue. It's because of the different normal map. I was looking at the wrong thing all the time. Oh man. Alright. So that's the thing. Now it is the... What do you have? Normal map. The normal map. Which is this one, right? Yep. Well, yeah. Quite much, actually. Thanks, people. I'm glad you understand my English and that it is all right. Moon Shadow, Seeds of Silver. I'm sorry, but what is that? I'm not the expert at everything. But what do you mean with Moon Shadow and Seeds of Silver? Alright. Alright. Done. That's totally done now. I'm done with it. But you can see with the height blending that the stone is going downwards and the sand is going around them. It's quite hard to see probably from your view, but you can see there is some bending or beveling around the stones. And that's what I try to achieve. That there is more volume on the sand and the stones is just dealing with it or something like that. I'm just gonna put on some tessellation just for fun. So you have the texture with some tessellation, if you have a game that supports that, of course. I see that there is some that needs attention, but it's also easier to spot what I meant with the stones. That the sand is going around them and eating it up, like this one over here, and this one also a very typical scenario of how I want it. So done. Oh, a serious play in Oblivion. Gorgeous, beautiful flowers and seeds made of silver. Silver. I don't know. I'm thinking about Markarth. Isn't there like that type of stone with the silver stuff engraved, or do you want some more metal-ish texture? Thanks, Nadir. I'm really glad you like it. Alright. Quick look with the different... I'm just gonna get a panorama image of Oblivion in Cyrodiil. To see how it looks, just to reflect the real lightning. This is going to be the Golden Coast, so let's look for that one. I need a photo that is in Golden Coast, but it also is a panorama image, because I want the lightning information so I can reflect it on the sand. This cross line could work as well, just for the images. Just going for... Alright, I'm gonna turn on the environment map, which is this one. Right, it shouldn't even be... Let's see, switch to true. There we go. Wow, I used the dark sand texture. That's why it looked so dark. Maybe just trying to have a look at the alien ruins in Oblivion and see how they are made, and add some silver around it. Yeah, correct. Alright, this texture is better for a little bit more darker though, which I could just play with this one. Also give it a little bit more contrast, a little bit more detail as well. There we go. Yeah, much better. Alright, let's export it. Sand. We don't want any AO, we want specular, normal, and base color. Correct. What to do? Yeah, I'm gonna upload all this to the updates. When I'm done with all the sand textures, I'm gonna move it to the updated textures as well. I might as well show you how I made the sand textures really quick, just to because it's quite similar anyway. And wow, sorry about all the icons. And of course, background image by Roman Dubino. Ah, come on. Come on. So, here's some of the snow textures since before. Is it? It's maybe it's slow right now. Alright, here we have the stones. We also have the specular maps ready, which is great. Where do we have the base color right there? And we're gonna move this one to where we have landscape. There we have it. Oh crap. Right, so here's the new sand texture. There we go. If I'm talking a bit low sometimes, it's because I'm getting quite tired at the moment. Why is that one inside here? Oh, right. Sweet. No, I don't think this one is going for the Creation Club. If I'm not mistaken, Creation Club is going to take cash, and we're not gonna do that. This is non-commercial, and we are non-profit as well. So that's not gonna happen on the Creation Club. All right. What's So here's the vanilla normal map, which I have to set to this one. There we go. And didn't one. Here you can see on the normal map that the stones is going down a little bit. And the blue channel. And here you have the specular map, which I haven't seen until now in the landscape texture folder in Oblivion. But it seems like they have some kind of specular applied somewhere, but when I looked for the CK it didn't work, so this is quite interesting. I hope it's not engine related, so it only works in Oblivion but not in Old Dream. That would be quite sad, because it would be neat otherwise. Say that one, and I always save the normal maps in uncompressed state, because I'm gonna optimize it later for SKSE version. And yeah, Oblivion is going to have the compressed normal map as well, but just for now, during development. So I think it's over, right? Yep. So I just made 3 different textures at the moment. Seems to be like 2 left. Different types. This one has a lot of stones. It doesn't look like lamps, it looks like a lot of stones instead. This also looks like they just pasted it on the top. But they also do have baked normal maps, so might as well not be interesting. Gonna see how it looks. Yeah, I would do like that if I were Bethesda, but I guess it's something that modders learn instead to improve stuff. Alright, we can have a quick looky inside in the game, just to see how it looks. Um, and of course I'm going to disable the ENB. Usually use the ENB just because of making the game more stable, because it's quite unstable while we are producing this game, of course. But you can still disable the visual effects, which I'm gonna do right away. Disable and toggle that one. Right. What do we have here? One vanilla texture type, as well as here. I don't think the I think I might have to blend in the normal map with the diffuse, because it looks quite flat at the moment. But here's the new texture, and wow, the adaptation is really strong at the moment. Yep, I might just have to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that really quick. And there should be quite some difference. I'm glad you like it though. Let's see here if we have... Nope. There we go. Sand. This is a hacky thing I usually do with the Skyrim textures. I usually take the normal map and desaturate it and then multiply it, so we get some more depth. Depending on the situation, I might have to do it a second time as well. No worries about that either way. And then you just merge the layers, then you just match color, which means that you will match the color as well as the brightness. And you will get this. A lot of more depth and stuff. Just a quick tip, if anyone might need it. Although those stuff might need to be removed as well. It's a dirt edges. Might as well do that later. Just gonna see how it looks. Alright, let's have a quick look again. Yeah, a little bit more depth. Looks a lot better. Now you can actually see some more details. I actually like those spots of dark spots. And come to think of it, that's actually how it looked on the original texture. So nothing bad with that. But yeah, this one turned out great. Then it's just a quick replace of all the other scent textures, which should be really quick. Although I might have to give a lot more color variation. But come to think of it, it really have a lot of color variation as well. So here's the new one. Hope you can see that. And here's some old stuff, which I'm going to replace as well. And this one. And I think the landscaping department will of course replace these ones with just sand. Will be. This water is so weird. But this I think Stead made some different water mod coming later. That could be nice. Maybe it could fix this issue. But yeah, I'm quite satisfied. Gonna have a look, quick look from distance. Yeah. No repeatedness. That's what I was looking for. You can see the repeatedness on those textures, for example, which is the vanilla. How this spot, up to this spot, up to this spot. It's like they are restarting all over again. That's what I want to remove. I want it to feel like it's like it's a different texture everywhere, but it's not. Just to it gives a lot more depth, I believe. So yeah. I'm just gonna have show the new. Here's some grass textures as well. 4K. All textures I'm doing is in 4K, but we are going to, of course, include all type of different sizes, such as 1K, 2K, 4K. Let's just move to a snow area, really quick. Wrong one. Here we go. Bruma. Alright, so they done some new. So I'm gonna make sure that the EMB is not on. Right, there we go. Here's the new snow textures. Could as well be sand with a wet texture instead, but it's quite different. Every single snowflake has a different brightness, just to make this sparkling effect, depending on the weather, of course. So it's going to look really sweet when the lighting department and landscape department is going to touch this. But here's the same thing, making sure that the repeatedness isn't as repeated. There is some over here, with this spot over here, but the landscape department can fix that by mixing up the textures. So it's going to be fine anyway. And yeah, there's some grass snow textures as well. I'm just gonna find it. Here's the new caster textures I made as well. With some moss on the bottom edges, just to give it a feel of that it's quite old. Alright, so here we have some of the grass snow. It's supposed to not be very visible either, it's just going to be poking through the snow. But there's also another variant that is going to have lots of grass and less snow instead. This one is old. You can see it's old because it clearly brightens up everything. Some old snow texture I made. I didn't double check, so yeah, it's quite different. I mean, sure, it looks more like snow when you're looking at this, but it makes everything too bright. Especially have that brightness everywhere over here. It's just gonna make everything white. You're gonna lose all the details. So there might be some other solutions for that. Some cobblestone textures as well. And we're also going to make oh, here's about the sparkles I mentioned before. Ignore this part, but it's supposed to make it feel like it's really cold and dry as well. So it's more like a frosted snow texture. Yeah, let's move back to where we were before. Actually, let's move to Anvil Dockgate and move from there. And no, I'm not using EMB. The AO is from NVIDIA, so that's the only thing that's not from the game. But it shouldn't. It doesn't touch the other type of lightning. Only surrounding objects, not the ground textures and such. So here's some new road textures I made with the herringbone pattern for Anvil, which Vanilla has as well. And the castle textures. And some vanilla stuff. I have no idea what's wrong with the water. But I think this has something to do with the depth. of it. I don't know where I picked up that new route anyway. Here's some old sand texture, very clumpy and stuff. I think I'm gonna replace that one later. And dirt texture for dirt paths. Just to give that feel. I might as well add some footsteps, just to give the feel that people is usually working there as well. Alright. So this is one I'm going to replace now. And hopefully can fix this issue as well. But this overbright and stuff can be fixed later by the water apartment and lightning apartment, not the water. I'm just mumbling right now. Alright, and this can also be fixed by the landscape department, I think. With some blending issues. Wow. Yeah, those are the ones we're going for. So we're gonna save here and see how it looks after. Maybe just as well make a screenshot. There we go. Make sure it's saved in the same area. I'm glad you like it, and as always, just let me know if there is anything you want me to change. And wow, there's so many people not talking English in here at the moment. I'm just gonna mention it. So, which one should we start with? Either sand 4 or sand 3. I'm gonna open up both, and you people can choose which one you want me to change. So either alternative 1 or 2, which one do you want me to take care of first? Thank you, Silan Tanwa. Alright. Alright, I go with the first one. The one with lots of stones. I don't think it's clumsy, it's so hard to... I mean, I can't zoom in anymore, but it looks like stones that is just wet. So I'm going to guess that's how it's supposed to look. Alright. Here we go again. Back to the sand. And we move this one, random seed, all the way back to 0. Might as well have a curvature ready for this one. Yep, I really should. Just to give it a little bit more depth. Let's see. Which one should I choose? Pick a bit this one anyway. So I'll start with the curvature just for the depth, because I noticed in Skyblivion when I entered the game that it was quite flat without, if I didn't add the normal map hacky thing. So I'm gonna make sure to add it before this time. It should be... Let's just make another blend node. But... oh, right. Curvature. Curvature smurf is like more or less like a desaturated normal map somehow, but not really. But it's easier to explain that way. So here you have it. And then you also add the curvature as well, which gives a little bit more detail if you wish to have that. And in this one it's very intense. I'm aware of that, but if you're going to use a blend and blend it all together, you can use blending mode add sub with like 0.12 and you get a little bit more sharper. And I don't think I want that sharp effect either, actually. So I'm just gonna do like this. That's just a copy. There we go. .25, something like that. Just to, yeah. Here we go. There, in this case, we include the details we have from here, which is the grainy sand, and also the depth information from the normal map, which we then blended together like this. I could then just move them all over like this. You should now notice a little bit more depth over here. Not much, but it should be enough as well. Then you can just crank up the normals a little bit more. Just mimic the normal mass, seem more normal mass more like a fake tessellation or a fake parallax occlusion. It's just more or less like a parallax occlusion is also one type of fake tessellation type-ish. It's just the main purpose is just to make it have some very much depth. Which I'm trying to achieve right now. So this is with just a strong and normal map and some modification to the diffuse map. So you can trick your eyes to think that it has some parallax or tessellation, but in fact it doesn't. So it's great. In this particular case, such as sand, it's a great usage. Just make sure that it doesn't get very dark, which normal map usually do. Here's the with some 50% parallax, but as you can see, the stones is need to be normalized if we are going to use parallax, which we can't use either way. So scrap that anyway. Of course, you could use it if you use EMB, but we won't make anything adapted for EMB. We're gonna make it adapt just like Bethesda makes the game, makes the textures. Alright. I'm gonna take a break for about 2 minutes, then I'll be back again. Alright, back in business. Many of the questions that you ask will be included in the FAQ, which you can find in the description, also in the Discord channel. Alright, we're going to make this one with a lot of stones here and there, everywhere. So we can start by just making a huge amount of stones. We can start with that. And the size is going to be bigger on this one as well. So I'm gonna put back the scale around now for now, and those stones are a little bit too small, so we definitely need to have them a little bit bigger. Just pull up the scale of those. And as well, minimize the mask. Here we go. Alright. And here you can see how we are getting a lot of more stones quite fast. So the time I put on making those stones have paid off, which is great. Quick and easy, just to make some new position rocks in different amount as well. Some is put up on top of each others, and yeah, you can see how the sand is going up above them and stuff, like over here. Let's just have a comparison. To my eyes, it looks like they're a little bit bigger. Might as well make it 3.5. Play with the scale randomly once again to 0.25. Then we just have the color variation that we have over here. There's much brown and yellow, orange. So let's try to mimic something like that. So here we have the the color map for all the stones, which is all put up like this. If you look at this one, you can see that it comes directly from this one. Just masked from the height mask, which I showed earlier. This one. And here's all the stones, how they are blended in together with the default height map. It's currently not the rebel size that is talking right now. It's Gorgulla, and I'm just here making some texture work. Silen Tanwa. I hope that I will make a new Elder Scrolls. That will be real fun. It's a great game just to get somewhere else if you don't want to different world. Alright. Just looking at the lightning, how it reacts with the stones. Alright. There we have some more brown variants, which is just what we wanted. Now we have some some bright variations. We also have some brown variations as well. We could also, if we want, have each stone have its own texture. Just gonna clean it up. There we go. You can have a directional warp and put up a, let's see, input, what was it again? Yeah, right. And intensity input should be the mask. You can then have something like extreme value, and then each stone, like this one, will have its own texture. So if I'm moving it down here, each stone will have its own texture instead of just having it all masked all on it. Like over here, you can see they got some red and blue and brown. Quite a bunch of variation, and looks quite natural as well. Very handy tip if you are using Substance Designer. This works with bricks and everything as well. And size variation, yeah, I'm gonna have a look at that. I agree that there should be some more size variation. Hopefully it could work. Actually, I might as well make this one over here, and then just use scale random instead. So what we are getting now is some really small stone effects, like Black Rai talked about. But we have a goal that is going to be done somewhere in 2018. But keeping in mind that this is just some sand textures, I could, when I'm done with this, I could reuse this substance for anything else. So I find it quite worth it as well to put some extra time. And it's just for other users' satisfaction, including mine as well. To see that it's not something that just been slapped on. Could I give it some love, so to say? But I think I might put this one down to 0.75. Where is it? There it is. Just gonna put on some different music. Let's go for some fantasy. Could be quite nice. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here right now as well. But I think I'm just gonna complete those sand textures, so then I'm gonna end this stream as well. And thank you everyone for watching. I'm just gonna complete this one, so if you would like, sit back and enjoy. And if there is anything, just let me know. And I'm not allowed to put on any music. The reason I'm allowed to put on Adrian von Ziegler is because you're allowed to play his music if there's no non-profit that we're doing it for. So yeah, either that or test music. And I thought that we are listening to very much test music recently, so why not to give it some variation? I can find it quite sweet. Alright. I'm gonna use this one. No, actually I'm gonna use this one instead. And play with the vertical position. Then I'm gonna use a mask. A mask from. Let's find a mask that I can quickly use. Let's just find something. Alright, I make one. It's quite easy to make a mask you could just take the clouds and then use a level node and use a very high, something like this, and then just blend it all together. So we'll put it like this one in there and this one in there, and we also need this blur HQ. There we go. And we should invert this one. Wow. Alright. Now we have some red areas. We also have some more brown areas, just for the sake of variation. Right. Let's just put this one in as well. Just to keep the same brightness. Alright, so we got some brown, we got some red, we got some white, we got some blue. Thing is, I also wanted to make pop out some more as well. So I think this color is quite well. Just to give the hint that is that it's actually from rocks, from stones and such. So I think it's quite okay. Turned out pretty well. Now I'm just gonna find the dirt, which is causing some ugliness here and there. I don't know if I'm quite a fan of this. I don't know why I should have it from the beginning. I'm gonna blur it a little bit. I don't want those really dark spots, sharp spots everywhere. There we go. Should make it a little bit more smoother. Could as well use a normal sobel as well. Normal sobel is more like a smoother version of the vanilla normal map, normal node. It makes it a little bit more accurate and not very noisy. So I'm gonna have a comparison. Gonna remove that one and put this one right there. Alright. Cool. And no, this is not in a CK, this is called Substance Designer, and you can use it to make different textures. It's more like a graph with different nodes. Every node contains different information, which in the end creates this texture. So for new users it could be very confusing, but once you're doing it for a while, you know what to change and what to do. So don't be too scared to try as well. There's some great tutorials, and if there is anything, just go ahead and ask, and I help you. Alright. I'm still not satisfied. It's still quite different, and I think I just might have the answer to that reason. Let's get some orange, no, white, yellow information in there. So then again, we are gonna use the gradient dynamic like we have over here. Ah, crap. There we go. And change this one to have a more yellowish texture. Might as well use that one, then play with the saturation until we have some. Whoops. Until you get the result that you want. I mean, there you have some color if you want some moss and stuff. I mean, green could be quite sweet as well for some areas. Might as well add it just for the sake of it. So we blend in another time, like this, and then I get another different type of clouds. We delete this one, get clouds 3 for example, and we get this. Whoops. There we have some green information, but I still think we need some more. There, nice. Let's see how it looks. Alright, we got some green, like over here. So we just gave some stone some type of moss slash seaweed color, which is kind of realistic as well. I like to have I like realistic textures, but at the same time give it a little bit more fantasy as well. But detail-wise, I like it when it's what I'm talking about. When it's looking realistic, the materials looking realistic. But then again, you can have lava and cracks, and I love to work with that as well. If you've seen the progress updates I posted not so long time ago, the lava and stuff, and in the beginning of this stream I made some, I showed up the lava and the cooled lava. Alright, so we got some green, we got some blue, we got some light blue, dark blue, red, brown, and some white spots. think it should be enough to have some kind of variation of those stones. I just gave it some more opacity so you can see the color a little bit more easier. And I think it turned out quite well with the stones anyway. Alright, those stones are done. So we just export those. Just gonna see. And what you people think about it. If there is anything else you want me to add. Please people talk in, write in English. This is an English stream, so just to show the respect for the people that doesn't understand your language. Clean export. There we go. And this is just some kind of HDR map, so I get the correct lighting. Alright. Let's put this one up to 4K. And put on the new one. Come on. Alright. There we go. Old one and a new one. So yeah. I just thought about the depth since earlier, because I used to have I had to use that normal map to diffuse hackish thing. Not quite happy to use it in Photoshop. If I could use it in Substance Designer, that would be even better. But I think I might as well do that again. It still gives a little bit more depth. So you just desaturate this normal map right here, and then you multiply it. If you want, you can multiply it again, but I think particularly this one is going to be alright with just one. Then you just merge those two, and then go to Image Adjustments, Match Color, pick the texture we're working on, which is 3 and layer 1. There we go. What we get now is a little bit more depth. Such as the stones over here. Make them pop a little bit more. You can see the sand. The sandy, wavy sand. Work out quite as well. Alright. So now that I'm done, I'm just saving this texture. Indeed, it's supposed to be handled by a normal map, but it's quite flat with just a normal map. So This is just some hackish thing I'm doing right now. How long I got to learn texturing? I mean, I've been texturing from now and then since 2011 or something like that. It's not all the time. I mean, I also have a social life, so it's when I have the time, and it's kind of more like a hobby, you know. Always nice to put up some mods on Nexus mods and see what people think and how they appreciate your work. Yeah, that's usually what keeps one going. I mean, sure, I could crank the normals a bit more. Let me try something else instead. So here we have this one. Might as well put this one over here. So a blend node instead of using the normal hackish thing. And I know I don't appreciate it either at times, but some cases it works, some it doesn't. Thing is, when I'm doing this, it gets lots of contrast, which I don't want either. It's ruining the whole quality of the texture. Might as well have a look at this one. Or actually, Uber Emboss could work as well. So let's wait with that one. So we got the color, then we just use the height. The height that is connected to all the normal maps. Alright, cool. And right now it's very extreme. Very, very extreme. Then you have to play with the ambient color until you get something you like. And it's actually turned out quite well. I just don't like the fake lightning the textures make and how it makes the stones darker. It gives some ambient occlusion that we don't need actually. So alright, there we go. And then you just play with ambient till you get some satisfactive results. This could actually be much better. I usually don't use this for this type of materials, but it could work out pretty well anyway. So now it has a lot more depth, but I want something like 50% of that, so let's go with the blend node again. And put this one at the top and make it like 50% opacity. Then you get the best of both. Then again, I do believe most of the AO is from the shadow opacity. Alright, a little bit more depth. Let's see how it looks. That looks quite well. Now you can actually see makes the stones look more rough stuff. Could be quite appreciated. Every texture I make is going to be every texture I make is going to be 4K. Then we don't need a AO map, so I'd rather just remove that one, like that. Much better. I'm making a beach with some rocks. Just going to organize it a little bit. But I got a hint on that one with that I shouldn't mix the normal map. It's just a lazy solution actually. But now we had another solution, so that's great. So we export it again. So here you have some top of moss here and there, different shapes of stones, how big they are. Some is smaller, some is bigger, some is entirely covered in moss, some is not, only partly. I mean, I don't know why I'm putting too much focus on this one, because it's not like everyone is going to look at this distance anyway. You're probably going to look at something like this perspective. But now I gotta check the tiling before I continue. And the tiling is quite well. It looks like it can repeat all the time, which is great. Which is just what we wanted. But if you're going to look from a player's perspective, it's going to be something like maybe something like this. So of course it's not going to be tiled like this as well, but have to see how the perspective is. So maybe I shouldn't put too much work on the stones, but it's just most for the shapes and stuff. The details isn't so important, actually, unless you are like me, watching at the ground all the time. I understand about the stones, but I'm just following how the original texture looked like, which looked like this. So I'm just replacing those textures with something that has quite the same amount of texture stones and having quite the same of style as well. But thanks for the feedback. Keep giving them. I appreciate it. Did I export it or kind of forgot? Base color. So that's the original. The new one. I know the ship is a little bit bigger, but the bonus thing is that it will look good for those that is not using 4K textures as well. So it's quite sharp for anyone, which is what I'm trying to achieve. Yeah, maybe I should make them a little bit more brown at more spots. Darker, that's going to be very huge contrast on everything. Let's have a quick checking game before we go back again. I mean, we have some brown spots over here and here. White spots. Sure, just gonna have a quick, but I might actually agree that we need some more brownish spots as well. Like those ones is just blue. We could have something different for those areas. Let's have a quick looking game first. Hopefully I can find the texture as well real quick inside the game. Alright, so here's the original normal map as well. Just, whoops. No. There we go. And the new normal map. Then you just make sure to normalize the normal map to keep all the information correct. Alright, let's include the specular map. which then again only will work in Skyrim Special Edition. So that's unfortunately nothing I can show right now. Probably will be something you will see when you will be playing Skyblivion later on, when it's released on SSE. Alright. Just gonna make sure it's saved and start Skyrim. Right, I'm gonna try to keep it to have the same color variation as the original. I appreciate all the input. Just a quick look in game, and I get to have a look on the oh, I'm really tired right now. On how it's going to look with the other. Oh, what was it? Brown, yellow, and orange, I think. That is going to be used. Right, cool. Alright, this was not a texture. Maybe we can find it somewhere. Texture, where are you? Here's something. I don't think that's the one. That's the one I did earlier. It's looking like he's hailing or something. The big muddy crab queen over there somewhere. With the glitchy water. Wow, my stamina is really low. Might as well crank it up really quick. Nope. I guess we can't see it in game. Just gonna make sure the EMB is off. Yep, it is now. Here's some grass textures I made earlier. I think it's this one. Don't know. Anyway, it looks like I have to wait over here. Ah. Oh well, I'll save over here then. Too bad, I want to see how it looks in game, but I can't find a specific texture. Wow. The adaptation needs to be fixed at this area. It's really light right now. Oh, maybe over here. Nope. I mean, why wouldn't they? Lily pads. Nice. Why wouldn't they use that texture? I mean, come on. Feels like I'm going to have to run through a whole golden coast just to find it. Nah. Oh, what the heck. I'm just gonna compare with the old one. Whatever that is. Can't find it. Anyway. Yeah, the grass is okay, but it's not the final grass either. There's going to be better grass. Or oh, you mean the grass texture, right? Thanks. Let's see. Alright, now I need the reference again. Sorry about that. Just gonna get it. There we go. Wow, here's some really old texture I made. I think it was like the first texture I made for Skyblivion, and it wasn't even used with Substance Design. It was only Photoshop. Nah, that's not the one. Never mind. Oh man, I wanna see it again. Too bad. Anyway, so let's see, where do we have the sand? Over here. Alright, here we go again. So here's the original. We have some brown, yellow, black, I guess. I'm just gonna have a look how it is going to tile. Just gotta double check so we're still listening on. Great. Whoops. Just gonna tile the texture sometimes. Alright, so it tiles quite well. But I don't like those dark stones. You can notice them so easily. It's going to be a repeated pattern in that. But brown, yellow, orange. Let's go for it. Let's have a look. Do like the moss as well. It gives this seaweed effect, which can be quite nice. But hold with me, and I'm gonna get us something. So you have a kind of brown texture. And need another gradient dynamic for this one. Alright. What am I even thinking? I think the music just stopped, so I'm gonna put something else up. Oh, I'm gonna use it on Spotify instead. It's easier. Something like that, I think. just to make sure that we only listen to this music, or there might be some complications with the video afterwards. Alright, there we go. 0.5, 0.5. Alright. Got some more brown in here, but maybe we want some other type of variation on those stuff. Maybe some yellow, like we have over here. More of those. So I'm gonna use a different noise for that one. I'm going to use a 2D transformation for this one. I think going to be the best solution for that one. So I'm gonna tile it x2, and we get this instead. And then we can just play with the lightning till we get some desired results. So we have some more orange brown-ish texture. And I need to get this one organized. But I'll take care of that later. Right now I have to prioritize these things first. Alright, so we have this one, and can change the hue on this one until you get the result we want. Oh, that's one. Where's the red? The red hue is perfect, because yellow is sticking to the red channel. Something like this. This looks more greenish, not what I wanted. Well, of course I could also use a uniform color as well, and choose it to be yellow, and then blend it, just to make sure that it's quite dark as well. Wow. Right, just gonna have a quick test about something here. This is not going to work out well as well. Too bad about the dynamic gradient. I'm gonna find this one actually has some white spots over here, yellow spots. It's not really yellow either. So let's go for a vertical and plug it in here. And it should be... Whoops, no, it's right. It's the correct one. I'm quite surprised there is nothing changing at all. Why is it not changing at all? Really odd. Alright, sweet. But this one is, we can use this one with the saturation instead. There we go. And now we just have to compare with the original. So I'm gonna go up with another blend node again and put this one in the background, and then let's see, let's make another mask. Actually, we can use this one. Too much. Whoops. Alright, so we have some yellow spots and green. I believe there shouldn't be as much green, if I'm not mistaken. And the yellow are also very bright. So I'm gonna turn it a bit down. Something like that. Might as well... No, I'm not gonna smoothen it. It just gives a lot of detail. This one should be carrying about. So for those that don't have an idea about what I'm doing at the moment, is I'm making different color variations for the stones, which can take some time, of course, and it gets quite messy really quick as well. So yeah. and it was really yellow. Very yellow. So might as well push that down a bit. Yeah, that's something more natural. Gonna put down the tiling again to default value. Alright, less red, I believe. Right, so we got some brown, we got some yellow spots here and there, and I'm just gonna double check the chat. What was the person bad about? And thanks, Grand Magic. Yeah, of course you can type. It could be that you. Yeah, it could be words, and linking stuff is also not allowed, which the bot will take care of directly. I don't know what you wrote, so, and I didn't ban you, so yeah, I have no idea, man. But here's some different type of variation. Just gonna check what you people think. Here's the default. Might as well use bigger stones anyway. Let's go for 20. And by looking at the stones, they have about the same size as well, so I'm going to set down the scale random to something like this. Just gonna double check the YouTube comments as well. Thank you, Christian and Mike. Yeah, I can use a mask to handle the saturation. Although I don't find any reason why, because there is already some white spots in there as well. But yeah, why not? We could add another one. Just because why not? More variations is always welcome. Let's use let's go for parting. No, we're not really going for a fractal. Something like this. There we go. Invert it, and then we have some small spots that can be, yeah, it could be like pebbles or whatever you want, but in this case it's going to be desaturation at some areas. Which is quite easy to do. Just copy the blender we already have, and then you just no, we don't copy it at all. We just make a grayscale conversion and put it over like this, and then you just use another blend node, and whoops, gradient map. There we go. And then we just use the mask we just generated. But we also do have to invert it, I believe. Oops. Why is it not working this time? Oh, right. So let's see where those desaturated areas is. It's right over here. Some more areas. So now we have some desaturation areas as well. Which I think could be a little bit more bigger. Something like this, I believe. Then let's have a check. There we go. And yeah, it's desaturated. So some stones is now desaturated as well. And they have some more yellowish, brownish, and reddish, and oranges textures. So it should really have a lot of variation at the moment. Here's some more brown variation. But it's going to be done in about 2018. But we have that goal anyway, to have it completed by that time. But if you feel like you can help with the texturing, modeling, or with UI to help speed up the project, feel free to volunteer on our Discord channel or the website. There's on Skyblivion.com. There's a link to volunteering as well. Every help is always appreciated. Alright, I'm happy with the color variation. Just gonna double check with the tessellation, then I'm exporting this one. Ah, it's fantastic. Let's go for that one. Finally. Export, save all. I don't know how many we are on the team right now, but we are quite a lot at the moment, and yeah, we don't earn any money on it either. So everything we do, everything I do, and everyone else streaming and not streaming is doing this for free, putting our work and time and free time for you and us to make a new game, a new Oblivion. So that's why we appreciate all the nice comments and feedback and such to keep us motivated. Yeah, I prefer this texture anyway. I don't like this brownish texture at all. This one looks more natural, so let's go for that one. Nah, I think it's alright there. But I appreciate the feedback. There's going to be more textures, and I'm going to appreciate all the feedback on those as well. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Nice. Too sad that we can't find this texture unless we're going for a texture hunt. Let's see, there we have it. Nice. I've been using Substance Designer for like, I don't know. I started using it for like, could be 7 months ago, but I've only used it for like, used it like for Skyblivion or any other mods for like, I don't know, 3 months. Once you get into it, it isn't actually that hard. You just have to have the patience and learn. Everyone can do it. Same with anything else. Alright. Wow, that blue shine looked like crap. Try to normalize it again. And this one has a lot of more variation on the sizes. Could be done real quick. And then we're just gonna mask it a little bit, so we don't have as much stones. Something like that. Yeah, just about the same pattern as well, kinda. I might want to have a little bit bigger stones for the sake of it. Just playing with the scales to get some quite nice detail on the stones. This could work. Let's have a look at this one again. Still a little bit. Nah. It's about the same shapes. Gonna have a quick look. Square stone. Which one do you mean? Like this one? Colors, man. Don't talk about colors right now. I have like 8 variations at the moment. The stone square in the middle. It's very round everywhere. Do you mean this one? Oh, right. Now I get it. Yeah. You can just change the position. Come on. I really need to optimize this graph. Here we have something different. Something like this. Then you have some small open spots over here, over here, over here, and over here, and over here. But the stones spread out. And no, it's not really gray. Of course, you're not gonna see it because you're not gonna look at this close up anyway. I'm just trying to fiddle with the color variation, trying to make it perfect. But if you're trying to make it perfect, it's going to take hours, which has already been taken. So, as someone stated before, I don't think I'm even human. Alright. Let me just have a quick check. Here's the color that is covering all the stones. So the more grayscale things you see is probably those areas, the blue areas, I guess. But then again, stones are also quite gray. But yeah, we still also I don't know, man. Trying to stay true to the vanilla style. How they make it, how the shapes and everything, such as color. Color is a taste. Personally, I prefer when it's a little green here and there, just to mimic the feeling of like there's some seaweed or moss or something. Big stone. Nah, okay. I can show you an example why we shouldn't use big stones. You just asked for it. So here's a quite big stone, and let's see. Right, let's go with this one. A little bit more. There we go. Yep, that should be in the center. Alright. So here's the new one, with the big rock in the middle. So yeah, like this it looks pretty sweet, I get it, but as soon as you are tiling up, like you see it 4 times, you're gonna see the repeated pattern of this stone. repeated all the time. And that's why I hate to make big shapes on ground textures. And I don't think you want to see that repeating tiling either. So here's without the stone. You can see it ties pretty well. No repetitions or anything like that. That's what we want to keep. So, last thing, tiling is nice. Trying to make it look similar in the shapes and positions such as in the original. Just switching to see the difference. And yeah, we could as well. Those dark spots over here is quite quick fix. You can just have a dirt, something like this, and then you just go for a 11 node once again. Oops. There we would have the mask. Alright, and then we would just have to blend. There we go. Into the mask and into the crap. Gradient map. And then just darken it. Whoops, wrong one. So it should be let's see, this one. Then you get those dark spots here and there. This song is quite neat. Might need to make it a little bit more. Might as well invert it instead. Now I also need to do this. Where do I have it? Where do I have it? Give me my stones. My stones. Alright. This one up there. This one up there. And then he has to use min darken to just exclude all the stones, and then you can just play around with this one if you wish. Like now we have some more spots. Put it in there, and let's see what we have. Oh, now I get it. I'm a bit tired, sorry. There we go. So now it ignores all the stones. And you get those black spots like we have in the original texture as well. Just a quick thing to add. Alright, for those people that is new and just came in recently, all these boxes contains information how a texture should look. Like this one has some cells. If you invert it, you have some kind of edges. Those edges gives with some warping gives this kind of sand information. So every single box, which is called a node in Substance Designer, is creating a is collaborating to create the final texture. And I really need to get this organized, but wow, okay, I just keep it there. And one last second thing is normal for this one, just to give some depth. Then you just use a normal combine. Put it in there. And now the black spots should have some depth to them as well. Just but I'm going to use a Sobel instead because it's going to make it a little bit more smoother, easy for eyes. Put it to like 0.5 instead in strength intensity. And then we're also going to use detail oriented for better quality. Press the D button and it's stuck in the node instead, just to keep the graph a little bit more tidy and clean. So there you have it. Sand and snow, sand and stone. Seems like it works great with the normal map, works great as well. And this one should be inverted, by the way. So I might as well just do that. Yeah, now it's going downwards instead. Alright, that should be it. Let's clean it up the last time. I'm gonna check, yeah. I'm aware about the color, but I also wanted something to mimic how it should look in real life as well. You know, like some mouse and stones usually have that is at the sea, especially in the area we are working on right now. Should be more like a European Baltic sea texture, I think. So it should be lots of blue, green, and red. Might as well just look up for some references just for the sake of it. And if you look over here, it is more like red, brown, and also very blue, desaturated, and red. Yeah, so it's basically just red, brown, oranges, and blue. Which is what I try to achieve with this with these stones. But still, not the stones is not entirely covered in one color. They have spots of different ones. Like here is brown, here is some green, here is some yellow, and some desaturation, brown, dark stuff. What are you talking about? No sad. Alright. It's alright. I think the shape is quite the same. A little bit bigger on the original, but we don't. We want it to tile good, so I'm gonna export it now. The Alid runes is retextured by Clearance. I don't know if it's completely covered, but he's done a lot of work on them. And thank you, Dylan. Glad you appreciate it. I also prefer dogs. They are not as much psychopaths compared to cats. No offense, cat owners. I also like cats, but it's my personal favorite. Where is it? Where is it? Sad base color. Alrighty, here we go. So as you can see, the it's a little bit bigger stones, of course, but okay, fine, a little bit bigger stones. Then I'm done with it. I can get you an EMB that makes everything stony. Alright, bigger shapes of the stones. I believe there's some people that appreciated that. No, I'm not stoned at all, I'm just freaking tired. Oh shit, I didn't get it. Man, I'm so tired I didn't even get the joke. Alright. There we go. Woo, variations, noise. It's gonna be interesting how it looks in game. Yeah, it's true about the bigger stones, helps about the color. Just that the bigger stones you have, the more tiling issues you're gonna have as well. And thank you people for watching. I'm getting close to closing this stream right now. I might as well stream soon again. I got the time. And sunrise is about to go up here as well. Alright, noise. Why does it feel like it's always the same time of music? Whatever. Um, all the stones is getting us stoned. I feel you. I'm just gonna show it a little, real quick in game, and so you ladies and gents can see how it looks. Come on. Where's my phone? Ah. You haven't heard the music at all? Yeah, I might stream sometime soon again. As long as I have time, I will do it. Landscape textures is about to get done, and then I'm going for Bravil architecture, I think. Unless I'm going for the Oblivion plains architecture, which is more fantasy-like, and yeah. Alright, just gonna turn off the EMB, and here we have the new texture. Just gonna turn off the compass. Finally. It's a quite nice result as well. No need for texture hunting anymore. Whoop whoop. I think the variations turn out great anyway. Wow, I can't see. And here's how it looks with some EMB. It's nothing special, it's just the shadows, I think. And some smooth bloom. And this is just the Skyrim. No, I don't think it's in the Skyrim grass, but it's not the final grass. We got some really nice resources for that. So these ones and lots of others is going to be replaced with much better grass for those that likes grass and stuff. So yeah, grassy grass. Ooh, that's the ugly tiling over there. That's gonna sneak up on it. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah. Let's have a quick look on the tiling. And here's the Oblivion tiling. This is that texture, and you can see that it's repeating all over here, over there, because of the different shapes, big shapes and such. But this new textures looks to behave quite well, with no weird repeating tiling, which is just what I wanted. And those who haven't heard before, those edges is going to be fixed by lightning landscape apartment. It has to do with the blending, I believe. Just gonna disable the grass. There we go. Nice elk. So it's stuff like that. I mean, you mean like this big shape? You can see this big shape rock here, how it's repeated all over, and that's why it's not good to have those types of big shapes at all, unless you have a landscape apartment that actually mixes them up. But it takes time, and you actually have to use different textures, which takes lots of performance for you. And wow, it's really bright. So nonetheless, it's better to have small shapes all the time. But then again, not too small. I think it was great that you people told me about that you wanted a little bit bigger stones, and or well, some wanted really big stones, but that I actually made them a little bit bigger than I wanted from the beginning. So then turned out great. So I appreciate that. Alright, so all the sand textures is completed, and I don't know what's left. There is a lot of mossy textures that probably will be streaming next time. Moss and vegetation and stuff. Not entirely sure. It depends. I have to prepare everything. I mean, you can see how long time it just took to make some color variations for the stones and make up the stones. So it's better if I prepare and everything before starting the stream, just to make it a little bit more interesting for you and also see the difference. I mean, you probably want to see how it looks in game instead of just me making the texture, I believe. So I'm just gonna save at this really bright area just to mess with you. And there we go. But I had redstones before. So alright. Yeah, it's okay to sleep. And yeah, I'm going to sleep now as well. And I appreciate that you people have watched. It's been really fun, and I'm glad that you liked it. So have a nice day or wherever you live, or night, and sleep well if you're living in the areas like me. So see you later, people, and have a nice day or evening. Bye.